Hello, and welcome back to Crusade into Avernus. I am Kiarlo Laurelin the First, and I will be your storyteller this evening, from the Dreamscape Storytelling Guild. And these are my players, starting with Xander.
Hello, I'm Zando. I will be playing as Sean Thompson, who is my chosen one, and Bakar for Pylon as my son.
Okay. And our secondary player.
Alright, hello, my name is Khan on the server, but today I'll be playing Ahti. And yeah, I'm fairly new to D&D, so we'll see how this slightly more hardcore setting goes.
This is the annual Dreamscape hardcore campaign. In this campaign, and these campaigns in general, character death is not only possible, but likely. The aim of the game is to be brutally honest in fair difficulty. Once a player character dies, the player will be muted in the Discord call, and the only way for them to rejoin the game is, if they are a main character, for the party to reach a resurrection or reinforcement point within the story. Secondary characters will not be able to rejoin. We will be playing a modified version of the Wizards of the Coast module, Baldur's Gate Descent into Avernus, where rather than a simple party's excursion into Avernus, there's an entire militaristic army crusade into it. The wonderful music you will be hearing this session is by Vinsvet. Please go check out his work. He is on YouTube if you want to go look there. Crusading Saints. Bakar, Dovson Malroy, Inquisitor Voltaire Catalanter, and Sir Nikolai Constantine have gathered an army of religious zealots and gallant soldiers to complete the task given to them by Argus, the Angel of Cleansing. That task is to attack Bathor and dethrone Zariel, the fallen angel and archdevil ruler of Avernus, the uppermost layer of the Nine Hells. After the disappearance of the holy city, El Terrell, in a flash of purple light and hellfire, that is when the Crusades decided to attack. With the help of a wizard who permanently turned himself into an otter, the Crusades launched themselves into Avernus to discover El Terrell was tethered to hell, floating above the river Styx and besieged by fiends. Flying into the battle with Lulu, a juvenile flying golden elephant, the Saints chosen, Sean, Svetlana Danverfield, Fidchel, and Cecilia, led the attack to reclaim the Holy City and gain a divine stronghold above the pits of Avernus. During the funeral for all who had died in the Battle of El Terrell, and for all who may die in the Crusade of Avernus, Fidchel, having died by a raging hellstorm, rose from his coffin of honor. Though many were and are wary, many still are glad to have the Saints chosen back with them again. And rumors have spread that it was Saint Voltaire himself who raised Fidchel from the dead. Lulu the Holophant has revealed that her amnesia is fading, and she now recalls that she rode beside Zariel and her Hell Riders when they first assaulted Avernus long ago. Many Hell Riders had betrayed them, trapping them in Avernus. Lulu, at the behest of Zariel, had hidden the angel's sword so that it could not be used by evil. Lulu thinks that the sword may be vital to stopping Zariel, and that she may be able to recall the location soon. Before they can find the sword, however, they must break the fiendish siege that surrounds El Terrell. Sean, you feel weightless. And unaware of where you are.
Oh.
Light begins to creep in from the edge of your vision. A soft, rainbow-colored light before it engulfs everything. Then the radiant light, filled with hundreds of dancing rainbows, slowly dissolves, and warm sunlight fills the area. You are standing about 100 feet away as you see Lulu flying gently, lazily, in a lush meadow at the shoulder of a beautiful blindfolded angel. An angel with white, gold-tinged marbled skin, gold decoration around their face, gold eyeliner around their eyes, deep teal blue hair, and teal blue robes. A teal green light shining through their stained glass wings, the same color as their hair. As the pair strolls through the tall grass, the voice of the two are muffled. You cannot fully hear them as they echo across the area.
Can I seem to move within this vision?
Yeah. As you begin to move, you instinctively move in a relaxed, gentle way. The peaceful tranquility of this place overwhelming you. As you begin to move and look around, you see beside you, Jammy. In the distance, you manage to see Svetlana and Fidchel as well, all walking through these fields.
Jeremy,
Yeah, yeah.
where are we?
I don't know. Sean, make a willpower save for me.
Three.
You can't quite place the feeling of this place. It's very calming, very serene.
Where is the Angel and Lulu?
They're um they're gently walking through the field about 100 feet away from you.
Svetlana, Mitchell.
You feel your voice echo and then disperse into the space. They don't hear you.
How far away are they?
They are probably about 200 paces from you, 200 feet.
And Jamie is how far?
Jammy is about maybe 20 paces from you.
Okay. I'm going to walk towards Jamie.
As you approach, he's kind of very relaxed. He's always been nonchalant, but his kind of manic energy has subdued. This isn't.
Jeremy, you recognize that Angel over there with Lulu?
Looks a hell of a lot like an angel. That's about all I can say.
Hey, Lulu.
Yeah, you see, Lulu, like, you see her kind of like, she's flying around the angel, flying circles around. She doesn't seem to hear you either.
I walk towards Lulu and the angel. And then once I'm within about 50 paces or so, try to call her name again.
What you're saying is getting lost a little bit. If you could try to make sure the mic picks you up a bit better.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, all good.
I'm going to walk towards Lulu, and then when there's about 50 paces, I'm going to call her name again.
And again, you feel your voice dissolve once you say it, and she again does not pay attention. Not notice. Continues to gently fly. At this point, you can kind of hear her joyful, bubbly voice speaking, and a calm, serene voice speaking back, though you can't make out what they're saying.
Right. What am I wearing? Just like my commoner's clothing that was underneath my armor? Or do I have my armor and everything else?
Yeah, you look down and check what you're wearing, and you're wearing what you would normally wear if you were at home. At moments where you were completely safe, had no need to carry anything with you. You have no weapons, no armor. Feel safe. Jammy as well is wearing an outfit you have never seen him in, wearing like a simple white kind of baggy shirt, long sleeves with simple commoner's pants.
Did Jeremy stay where?
No, he's kind of like he's walking with you.
Okay.
Kind of taking all of this in.
Hey, Jeremy.
Yeah?
What happened to El Terrell?
Oh no.
What's the last thing you remember?
Well, I remember it was post-funeral. We were, yeah, the Chosen were calling it a night. That's the last thing I can remember. I think, Lulu... For some reason, Lulu didn't want me sleeping with the other gallant company. She wanted... You guys came, like, to the infirmary where I was, and she wanted us all to kind of sleep. Generally in the same place for some reason. I don't remember why.
Lulu asked you to do that.
Yeah, Lulu got all of us to go to the same place. Now that he's kind of saying that, you can make a willpower check to try to recall that memory. You can feel that in your mind, it's kind of... Thoughts have resistance to them. Any thought that is trying to remember danger or fear or sadness, there's a resistance. You have to fight to recall those memories.
Okay, I got a 14.
14? Yeah, you pull those memories to the front, and you do remember, yeah, Lulu did... She asked all of you to come to the infirmary with her and for you all to sleep within a close proximity together.
Is this spell?
You remember it had something to do with her memories. She She had asked you to do this after talking about her memories with Fidchel and you.
Is she perhaps relaying a memory? Then that's why she can't. I'm gonna look down towards the ground.
Again, make sure your mic can pick you up.
I'm gonna look down towards the ground.
Down towards the what?
The ground.
The ground?
Do I see a rock?
Yeah, yes, there's this, you're kind of in this meadow of tall grass and flowers. You kind of dig around in the grass for a while and then find a rock.
How heavy is the rock?
It's like a baseball-sized rock. It's about as easy as it would be to pick up a normal rock that size.
Okay. I'm going to throw the rock.
Just throw it into the
Towards
distance. Towards Lulu?
Yes.
At her or towards her? Like,
Not necessarily aiming to hit her, but to maybe get her attention.
yeah. Yeah, as you kind of, you throw the rock and it lands maybe 10 paces from her. You were being very general with your aim, and that doesn't get her attention. You can grab another rock and try to throw it close enough to get her attention. But then you're gonna have to make an effort to make sure you don't hit her.
Yeah.
Or the angel.
I'll pick up another rock and try to get it a little closer.
Yeah. Make an improvised attack roll using your strength. And you can actually remove your strength modifier from the and if you are proficient, remove your proficiency bonus from the attack. So instead of your strength and proficiency making it easier to hit, it makes it harder to hit.
So I have to add
Yeah.
my proficiency?
Yeah, so if you are proficient, you can add your proficiency. You will roll a d20 and subtract your strength modifier and proficiency bonus if you are proficient in improvised weapons from the attack.
I see. Okay. Am I proficient with improvised weapons? I am not. I do contribute bonus strength. So 6.
Yeah. You throw the rock and it lands just near the two. As Lulu kind of like as it lands, she kind of like quickly flies behind the angel, and then a moment later flies down and picks up the rock with her trunk and kind of like holds it in front of her, and then kind of flies up to the angel's face and holds it in front of the angel's face. And the angel kind of like slowly walks around Lulu. And as she does so, as she gets Lulu between you and her, after her head passes to the other side of Lulu, she's looking directly at you.
I'll wave, see if it actually is able to see me or not.
She kind of turns back to Lulu and then kind of lazily waves towards you. Kind of a dismissive, like, hello to a passerby. And then the two of them begin slowly walking together again. And Lulu is kind of like flying around. She's clearly more in like a she, you get the idea that she's like making jokes about the rock, about as, and kind of like briefly questioning where it's from, but she doesn't acknowledge you.
Lulu doesn't acknowledge me.
Lulu
But
does
the
not
angel,
acknowledge you.
like-
Yeah. The angel kind of like dismissively waves at you.
Uh-huh. Which direction are they walking? Are they like walking away from where Svetlana and Fitchel were?
Interestingly, despite the fact that you have been moving and they have been moving, and Fitchel and Svetlana have also been moving, the only thing that has changed is your distance to the angel and Lulu.
Wait, so the distance between myself and Svetlana and Fitchel has not changed?
It has not changed. They are still a good, like, 200 paces from you.
So I've moved 50 paces towards... Okay. Interesting. I guess I'll continue to get closer to the angel and Lulu, despite them trying to ignore me, and see if I can at least listen in.
Yeah, as you get closer, go ahead and make a perception check. Even as you're getting closer, these sounds, their talking is still very muted.
$17.
Yeah, Lulu is kind of like dancing around with the rock. She kind of flies forward and holds the rock in front of her face. Where do you think the birds get the rocks? You think they're taking them from higher on the mountain or from nearby? Well, the angel says, it is possible that they're taking them over from the lowest tier of the mountain, where the astral sea starts. Yeah, that's true, that's true. What if it was an Aarakocra who dropped the rock at us as like a joke? I somewhat doubt they would do that. Because yeah, they're just having this frivolous conversation.
I'm gonna pick up another rock.
Okay. Yeah, you do so.
And the next time the two are like looking at each other, I'm going to throw the rock in between the line of sight.
Okay, yeah. Go ahead and make another improvised attack roll, trying to miss.
9.
Okay. Okay, yeah. The rock flies just between them, as, Lulu kind of, like, flies back as it does so, and the angel kind of looks over to you. And Lulu like flies towards the rock and picks it up now. She essentially is going to chase that rock. The angel looks towards you.
I will look back at him with a face that says,
Is
just gonna keep ignoring us?
this angel leans more feminine.
Okay. Still going to give them a look of like,
Yeah.
you still going to ignore us? Well, right here.
Well, anyone is allowed to walk in the park.
Park.
I was...
We're in a park. Okay. See, this is the first time I've heard something. You are willing to talk to me. Okay. Wonderful.
If you wouldn't mind, my friend and I are enjoying our stroll.
Well, I'm glad you're enjoying your stroll. But you see, I'm a little lost. See, I remember being in one place, and then now I'm here. And I would really like to know where I am.
You are in the parks of Mount Celestia.
Where is that?
Are you proficient in religion?
No.
Okay, I'd roll a religion check.
$15.
Mount Celestia, also known as the Seven Heavens, is one of the 16 outer planes at which people go after they die. It is home to the celestial angels, and home to Lythander and many of the other most revered gods of Faerun.
Oh. How did I get here? Considering I am not a magical person, so there's no way I
Well,
magicked myself here.
well, I cannot tell you truly how. I do not know you, though perhaps you simply died.
I died.
That is how most come.
No, that's a fair point. And what's your name, Angel?
As at this point, Lulu flies back, and look, another rock. Where are they coming from? As she kind of looks around, you see her look straight over where you are, but her eyes do not see you. She looks around. If you wouldn't mind, I'd like to get back to my walk.
You haven't answered my question.
As the angel turns and begins to walk down the road, as Lulu is kind of like hanging back a moment, like looks around for a moment. And then as she notices the angel walking forward, she turns and begins to fly after the angel. Don't think you got much celestial game. That's a hard cold shoulder right there.
Yeah, well, they're about to get a... See what it's like if they give me another cold shoulder. Let's see if whatever that companion did is useful. Sean is going to cast Eldritch Blast.
Okay,
At the angel.
At the angel?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, go ahead and make an attack roll.
$15.
As the rock flies towards the angel, they gently step to the side as it flies past them. Or not the rock, the blast. They step to the side as it warps past them. And then they turn to you and begin to walk as Lulu continues to fly onward, speaking to an angel that is no longer there. As the angel puts down their hand, and a blue flaming sword is summoned. You believe that wise?
I think it's rude not to answer a person's question.
And I think it rude to interrupt a Solar and her friend as they are simply walking through their lands.
Oh, you're friends with Lulu. That's interesting, because last time I talked to her, she didn't know anything. Now you're suddenly friends?
Make a decision. Do you stay, or do you leave?
Well, that
Attacking.
depends. Where would I be leaving to?
I know not. Though with the actions you have shown, I do not believe your soul would return here.
Let's see. It was on El Terrell. So if you could send me back there, that'd be appreciated. I could get out of your hair, or that is hair from the looks of it.
And leave.
Love to. Don't know how. Jamie, you know how to get out of here?
No, not really.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Try.
Try?
The angel turns, begins to walk after Lulu.
Great. I could do that. But I want to do that.
As you see their sword burn itself into nothing.
Jamie, I need you to think very hard and very carefully. So Lulu had us all gather in the infirmary,
Yeah.
saying she remembered something.
Yeah.
And so we all went to sleep in the infirmary.
Yeah, I mean,
And now we find ourselves here, having this conversation.
I don't see a mountain. As you look around, there is no mountain. There is only this seemingly this plain that goes on just paces beyond where someone is walking through it.
I mean, that is true. I don't see a mountain either.
So, I mean,
I also don't see an El Terrell or an infirmary.
yeah. We went. Last thing we remember is going to sleep, and then we're in a weird place.
Right. That makes me think a dream, maybe a magically induced dream or something.
Yeah, that's...
I thought initially there was maybe like a memory that we were seeing from Lulu, but considering the fact that the angel is interacting with us, and the things I've done so far has caused changes, makes me think this is maybe not a memory. But then that brings the question, how did we get to some other plane?
I mean, we've done it before, but I mean,
Wait, we've done it before? Who's done it before? I haven't switched planes on a whim.
not on a whim, but we're in hell. I didn't start in hell. But no, I no. Something about this doesn't feel like another plane to me. Like, sure, sample size of 2, but neither of the ones I've been to, you can't see 20 paces beyond where you are. That seems weird. Does perfection, does paradise... Does not being able to see 20 paces away sound like paradise?
No, it kind of sounds like limbo. To me, at least.
I mean that's a possibility, but... I'm gonna say my money's on Dream.
I guess with celestial beings and dreams, they can interact with viewers of the dreams more or something. I mean, you saw the angel literally threaten to stab me.
Oh, well, yeah. Have you not been threatened to be stabbed in your dreams before? Am I dreaming you?
I don't know, Jamie. Hold still. I'ma slap him.
As yeah, he like, his face recoils. Ah! Okay. Doesn't necessarily answer the question, but that did hurt.
Okay, so we can interact with each other. We can feel pain. We can interact with whatever we're seeing. I mean, I could throw rocks. I could throw them at people. I could cast magic-ish.
Right, but didn't you say something about this, that Lulu was, like, something connected to her memories, was why she wanted to...
Right, she had mentioned to Fitchel and I about, like, trying to remember or remembering something.
What if she's getting her memories in her dreams? Right?
So you
And why she wanted to sleep nearby is so that she could bring us into her dreams?
Okay. Let's play with this idea, Jamie. So she's had us all gather so that we can live in her dream or experience her dream. So how is this supposed to help us find Zerial's like floating castle or whatever? Last time I checked, that's what we're searching for. That way the saints can come.
Yeah, she had said something about Zerial's sword as well, and that it might be helpful if not vital to the Crusades.
You mean the blue thing that angels? Wait.
Maybe.
Do you know what this Zerial figure looks like? Because I actually don't. I wasn't actually told what this being was supposed to look like. All I knew is it was a fallen angel.
Right, yeah. I mean, go ahead and make a religion check. I just like shoot at the things people tell me to shoot at.
Yeah,
Not really certain
I'm a
if...
nobody from a small town where my entire life I just spent hunting. So like this type of stuff is not really big. I'm not really a super religious kind of guy either.
Yeah.
I got a 17 though on that religion check, so maybe I do know something.
You have sometimes heard fallen angels as looking corrupted as well as being corrupted.
I mean, did that angel look non-angelic to you, Jamie?
I mean, if I was gonna define an angel, that'd fit the angel description pretty well.
Okay. So, most likely not a fallen angel.
Yeah.
Let's play with a thing. So, let's say Lulu is friends with Angel.
Yeah.
Maybe by chance she happened to be friends with Zerial.
Well, she did say, like, they rode into hell together to attack.
Okay.
That tracks.
Do you know what Zerial looked like before he became fallen?
Before she became fallen, I have no clue. No.
Before they became fallen? Okay. Let's see, where did they go? Are they still...
Yeah, they're still kind of walking.
How far away are they?
They've made it a few like, maybe 50 paces away.
Okay. Jeremy, I have a loose thought that could maybe be called a theory. Follow me.
Yeah, shoot.
I'm going to try to run up and catch up to Lulu and Zerial, or the angel.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to yell out Zerial and see if the angel turns.
Yeah, as you like run up and shout Zerial. The two of them like kind of turn around, and this is the first time that that Lulu seems to notice you. The angel looks at you. Yes?
That is your name. Oh, okay. Okay. So then, the sword was what we thought about, Jamie. So my hypothesis was right. I didn't think it was.
That's how you greet people? By running up to them and yelling their name?
What? Yes. Sorry. Okay. I'm Sean. Pleasure to meet you. This is Jamie. We are actually very interested in knowing about you, actually. Because we didn't realize that you were Zerial.
Alright, well... We're having a nice stroll through a park. I don't necessarily want to tell you my biography.
Biography, schmography. Look, Angel... have you had to deal with a place called Avernus?
As you say that, for a moment, everything... Like, you... As you say that, everything, like, becomes... You instantly feel as if you are burning hot, and the fields around you catch fire. As Zariel, you see this teal angel burst in flame, her hair burns away, her wings become crimson-stained glass. Her gold and white marble skin turns to black and white. As then you blink and it's all back to normal. As you see Lulu kind of like looks around a moment, seeming to not see you anymore, and then flies off into the field. Nearby, and just kind of like looks at Zariel. I'll be back! She flies off and begins to fly through the fields of flowers.
Did you see that, Jamie?
Yeah. He
Yeah.
was.
Okay. So,
And,
if I'm crazy, you're crazy too. That's at least company.
Sure, I've dealt with Avernus, but never. That's not something to bother with now.
Why not?
We are in Celestia. We are...
Are we though? See,
What?
you keep saying that, but last time I checked, I was in Avernus on a city called El Terrell that had been yanked down to Avernus, and we were actually looking for you.
Well, that's strange. You're not gonna find me there.
Okay, tell me, what? Oh wait, would time be relevant? What year is it? I don't know how time works in Celestia.
Well, it would be the ageless millennia. After the ageless millennia of the Great Wheel, of course. That does not sound familiar to you.
Jamie,
I have no clue. What is
Yeah,
that
let's
in Dale Reckoning? What? I don't think we use the same calendar.
that's probably fair. I don't know the life expectancy of a angel is. Alright. Yeah, I'm running out of ideas. Do you have any, Jamie?
Wait. If this is Lulu's dream, why are we talking to a dream figment thing?
Well, for a dream, this Zariel seems pretty lifelike. I mean, the fact that it's able to interact with us is one thing.
Right, but I've had dreams where two dream things are interacting with each other, so...
Okay.
So interaction, like, feels pretty real in dreams.
Okay.
Wait,
Question is, whose dream is this? Are we positive it's Lulu's?
Who else could it be?
Okay.
Or do you think it's Finchels?
That is a very good point. Yeah, no, we're not going to. I don't even want to think about what would be in history.
I feel like we'd see like more like spikes around if it was Finchels. Like
Yeah, I don't
leather.
know what Saber's dream of. Okay, so we have Zerial here before us. Dream version. I guess this is pre-Avernus. So maybe a nicer version? I mean, I feel like a fallen version would be more grouchy, at the very least.
Well, I mean, I'm guessing that the like whole bald red wing one was probably the fallen version.
Yeah, which was a very interesting like moment there.
Yeah.
After I said Avernus, but then it hasn't done it again the past 2 times I've said it.
Maybe it's because you said Avernus to the dream.
I said Avernus to the dream. Or maybe it's because Lulu's out of range, and so because she couldn't hear it, the scenery didn't flicker. Because like dreams are a part of like
Right.
your memory and stuff, right?
Yeah.
Kind of.
So
Like because she's out of earshot. Although, how are we having this conversation then?
I'm maybe it's like a shared dream or whatever. Like maybe we're all dreaming, but like she's the host or something. I don't think we should get bogged down on the hows, the whys, but like
Right.
the what's to do.
Okay. So we're here. We're trying to learn more about.
Trying to learn more about the sword and where Lulu put it.
Right, the sword. Okay.
So if everything changed when Lulu heard something,
Do we need her to come back when we mention the sword to make it appear, or to ask where it is?
maybe.
He's Zerial. We're still standing there. Have anything to add to our rambling?
Your strange rabblings matter not to me.
Oh yeah? What if I was to tell you that you may believe to be an angel now, but in the present, you're a fallen angel in Avernus? Because pretty sure this is a dream, which means this is past.
Well, it would not change how I view your ramblings.
Okay. Can we see that sword you drew on me last time?
What do you mean? Drew a sword.
No.
Have we met?
What?
Have we met?
Literally, what was it? 50 paces that way? Literally just spouted at each other.
Oh, are you a soul of the broken one?
No. Maybe? I don't know what that is.
Your insane
regardless,
ramblings are guiding me to think so.
I chucked some magic at you, and you summoned this, like, flaming sword. And you threatened me with it.
Well, she kind of like She gently puts a hand on your shoulder. I understand that memories can be difficult and it can be hard to parse what is real and what is not. Just relax. In the garden, you're safe here.
The garden. Where is the garden, actually? I'm told it's in Celestia, but I don't see a mountain.
Of course it's in Celestia. You're on Mount Celestia. As she kind of like gestures up to dancing rainbows, and that is all you see.
Uh-huh. So I'm standing on the mountain. Is this like the peak? It
Oh,
seems
of
really
course not,
flat.
silly. This is but the third circle. May you have good rest. As she turns and
So you're not
begins to walk away.
Alright. Jamie, where did Lulu go?
As she begins to walk, Lulu does, like, notice and then begin to fly towards her.
Ah, there she is. Alright. Alright, Jamie. So... I'm trying to think how we would do. So we got her to show the sword when I attacked. We need to know where it is, though, present. Any ideas?
Try talking to Lulu, maybe?
She doesn't seem to hear me.
She saw us for a bit
Lulu!
there. As, again, like, as she is flying over there, like, you feel your voice kind of dissolve as you say it.
Yeah, no, every time I yell her name.
No, but she saw us before. So, there is something we can do to have her see us. It's then, once you mentioned Avernus, that everything went foof, and she forgot about us.
You're right. Okay. What did we do last time? Oh, right. I threw the rock in between the hedge.
No, it was after that.
It was after that?
Yeah, it was after that. I mean, you yelled at him.
Right. Called Zerial.
Yeah.
I guess we could do that again, and then ask her to show us the sword. And then I guess ask to know how we would find it.
I suppose.
You suppose. We'll go on suppose. Alright. They've walked off or further up.
Yeah, they're about 50 paces away.
Okay. Alright, let's try this again. He's going to run up. It's Ariel!
As yeah, the two of them again turn around and look at you. Yes?
Andrew, right? Do you have by chance a sword?
I do possess a sword, yes.
Can we see it?
Wait, why are we talking to Zerial again? I thought we were gonna try to talk to Lulu.
Okay, Lulu, can we see the sword?
Why are you asking me? Is
Oh.
Zerial's sword?
It's Zerial's sword? Okay, well, do you know where she would put it?
What? Well,
If she's not currently in possession of it?
yeah, she would put it in her sanctum.
In her sanctum. Okay,
Yeah.
where would her sanctum be?
In her temple on this terrace.
Her temple where?
On the terrace.
On the terrace. Where's the terrace?
This terrace. It's just a ways down the garden.
Oh, could you show us?
But Zerial and I are on a walk. want to spend this time with her.
Please?
It's just down that way. Like, keep going until you see the sanctums, and then find Zariel's. It's that simple.
That way.
Yeah, just that way. She kind of gestures behind you guys.
Okay. Don't go anywhere. Let's go, Jamie.
We're on a walk. Why would...
Have fun walking.
Thank you? As yeah, you guys turn and walk. And for a while, you walk, and you glance back, and they never get farther away than 100 paces. And you never see anything other than these fields.
Did we run into Svetlana and Petra at this point?
No, they are still about 200 paces away.
Okay, so they're like in a different direction than the direction they really pointed?
Yeah.
Ah, okay. Jeremy, this doesn't seem to be working.
No, it doesn't.
I'm pretty sure we have to get Lulu to want to go to the sanctum.
Maybe. But I'm pretty sure you can't summon a sword through planes. And Lulu did say... She did say that she was gonna leave... That Zariel had the sword when the Hell Riders went into Avernus, right?
Right.
So shouldn't the sword be in Avernus?
Yes.
And why would it be in why would it be in a sanctum on Mount Celestia? Also, she didn't seem to recognize us.
She did not. And I can only assume that's because of the dream.
Wait, when you said Avernus, everything went helly, right? Went helly, and then she stopped paying attention. She forgot as soon as you mentioned bad stuff. What if that's like a whole subconscious whatnot?
Oh, like a defense mechanism.
Yeah.
Like bad memories is her brain saying no.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Then we need to go back to her. And I guess just say Avernus a bunch of times?
Well, I guess we could try it.
Well, maybe we can get out of here 1 century from now. Or, I don't know, time... I haven't seen... I don't know where this light's coming from. I see rainbows, I see no stars.
No, you don't see stars. It's just rainbow and, like, daylight.
Yeah, this is a hunter's worst nightmare. There's no way to know which direction I'm going. Except for the fact that we've got Svetlana and Petrol that direction. We have Lulu and Zariel, past Zariel, that direction.
I'm not entirely certain there are really directions. Or, like, space. At least it's acting real weird.
That's... Yeah, so let's just, go back to Lulu, and we'll try the Avernus thing again.
Yeah. You go back to Lulu. And... yeah.
Lulu.
Yes?
Avernus.
As, yeah, again, the world sets on fire as, Zariel burns into this hellish angelic form with a halo of red fire. As then, you blink and it disappears again. And And Lulu immediately kind of looks around, and then turns around and begins flying away as Ariel turns and walks with her.
Okay, so we need to keep pushing. Alright. Hey, Lulu. Wait. Come back.
Yeah? Back? What?
Yes, come back over this way. Don't leave. We need to talk about Avernus and Zariel.
As, yeah, again, it...
And we
At
need
the
to
moment you
talk
mention
about
it...
where her sword would
The
be.
moment you
First-
mention Avernus, the world catches on fire, Zariel catches on fire, that demonic form again, or devil, fiendish form again, and then everything goes back to normal, and Lulu, again, turns around and begins flying away. And
Not
the
sure
rest of your sentence, she just doesn't seem to hear it.
Jeremy, I'm not sure if this is working. So, Avernus is clearly a key without trigger. So, do we say do we talk about the sword and then say Avernus?
Maybe, or maybe it's just kind of like we're not easing into it. Like she doesn't even know who we are.
That's true.
Hey, Lulu! As he kind of like goes forward, as Lulu turns around. Yes? You know who I am? No? Right.
It's Jamie.
Yeah, I'm Jamie. We kind of like flew together and did some cool fights and whatnot. Yeah? Jamie. You know, do that over there, Fitchel? You like Fitchel, right? Remember that? Oh, it's you guys. Been a while. Hi.
Been a while.
How are you doing?
Okay. I'm doing fine, I think.
Huh?
Physically, yes.
Well, what's wrong?
Well, I'm a little confused. And I think Jamie can help elaborate on the confusion we're having better than I can, actually.
Yeah, so... Like... we were, like, in Avernus, and then everything... and then goes back to normal. And then she begins to fly away. Maybe putting me in charge of that wasn't a good idea.
Okay, fine. Hey, Lulu.
Yes?
Do you remember us? It's Sean and Jamie, and you got Svetlana and Fitchel over there.
Oh yeah, it's
Y'all-
been a while. How are you?
Yes, yeah, okay. So we took a trip to a place, and we kind of bought some things. We've been trying to find someone very special that we think
Yeah?
used to be a friend of yours.
Who? Maybe I can help you find them.
Yes, that'd be great. Thing is, they're in that place. Do you think you could help us find them? We have an idea.
Well, maybe, but I
we're
don't
not-
know what the place is, and I don't know who I'm trying to find.
I believe their name is Zariel.
Silly, Ariel's right here.
Okay. But the place we were at starts with an A.
But why do you need to go there?
Kind of hello?
You found who you need to find. Zariel's right here.
Doesn't look like the Zariel we're looking for though. Are you sure this is Zariel?
Yes. Yeah, it's Zariel. Great Solar Zariel.
Okay, what if they weren't great? What if they had done something really bad and they were no longer great?
Is this like a hypothetical? Is this like a hypothetical, or...
We could pretend it's hypothetical for now. Yeah.
Well,
And so let's say they did something really bad, and so they got cast away or something to a certain place.
I mean, it would make me very sad.
It would, yes. And so, but see, since they went away to this place, they've actually done a lot of even more bad things. And
Well,
so
then
now they have to be stopped. And I know it would make you really sad, but you know,
I don't think I could help.
you don't think you could help?
No, I think I'd have the ability to, but Zariel and we're too close. Even if she did anything wrong, which that's absurd, but I couldn't do anything for it.
Okay, well, what about El Terrell?
What's El Terrell?
You know, the city that Zariel dragged down into a evil and hellish place.
What?
You telling
No,
me
Zariel
Zariel's still good?
Zariel is still here. Zariel is right here. She's not done anything. She's just around Mount Celestia with me.
What if
That's
she
it.
wasn't here? What if she wasn't actually here?
Well, that's again a hypothetical.
What if I was
Are
to
you
tell
talking
it's
about
not
hypotheticals, or... She is right here! She's right here!
What if she's in Avernus?
As then... as Lulu begins to fly away.
I don't... We need to come up with a better strategy here.
I
maybe we
mean-
should get Mitchell. Mitchell is much better with conversations. I think.
Maybe... I don't know. No. I mean... Like, we're in a dream, maybe it's a shared dream, maybe we're all dreaming it, but like, kind of through a conduit. Who know? I don't know what's going on. I don't know what to do.
Okay.
I mean...
How about this?
What?
Can you run, walk, float, something? Try to see if you can get Svetlana and Mitchell's attention. Maybe bring them here. I'm gonna keep taking a crack at this and see if I can possibly maneuver my way to getting her to say something.
Yeah. Sure.
useful. You maybe try to bring them here so
Yeah.
you can have someone with a bit more.
Yeah, I think I could do that.
charismatic-
Yeah.
What?
As he kind of goes off. And once he gets to like halfway towards Finchel, you see him kind of like running in place. Then he kind of slows down and stops. Looks back at you. Kind of runs back. I
That's
think
pretty
all that did was get me farther away from you. I didn't get any closer to them.
Yeah, I noticed that. Well, are you sure you didn't get closer? Because like you look to have been getting further from me while they were staying in
No,
place.
yeah, no. Well, they didn't seem to. They seemed to be going away from me as fast as I was going towards them, and you were like moving away from me. But you were like the only thing moving. It's weird.
Really?
Yeah.
That's interesting. Because I could have sworn from my perspective they were standing.
Yeah, I don't
Absolutely.
I don't think space works here at all.
Well, this is going to be a challenge then.
It, uh,
Because no offense, Jamie, I think we have the two least charismatic individuals here being able to kite around a conversation like this.
yeah,
Trying to kite around a conversation.
that's fair. That's fair. I mean, well, how else can you get a dream to do what you want it to? Right? Like, I mean, one of the possibilities is that this is all of our dreams, and like she's just kind of a conduit. So maybe
Okay.
we have some power
Well,
over the
I
dream?
think really, so if what you're saying is true, then if I think really hard about a deer appearing 100 feet from me, and a bow appearing in my hand with an arrow, then it would just happen.
Yeah, try that. Try that. See if it works.
Okay.
Make a willpower check.
That 21.
Yeah, as you're kind of just saying that, and like he's like, yeah, go ahead and try. You just kind of find yourself raising your arms and knocking an arrow. You look down, and then you look up, and there's a deer directly in front of you where your bow is aiming.
Ah,
Frickin'
Okay.
worked!
it did.
So we are dreaming.
Okay, so we all dreaming. Okay, so we've established this.
Wait, maybe we can try to, like, force the dream to make it that you can't ignore the stuff, right?
Okay, so you're thinking, what if we dream of the scenery changing to Avernus?
Yeah, I think
Or, like-
I think we could try that.
Alright, you think of Avernus, and I'll think of Avernus, and
Okay,
maybe we'll get Avernus.
make a willpower saving throw.
17.
Yeah, as you push with your mind and you see fire beginning to consume the garden around you, consuming this area. And as you try to push through, the world shifts into a flame-encircled battlefield, which appears on a barren hellscape. At the center of the circle, Lulu and the angel lie unconscious and prone, horribly injured. You can see yourselves standing in defense of Lulu and the angel, facing outward as 6 small, spine-covered devils creep closer. In the distance, a formation of battered and retreated human warriors disappear through a portal. As these devils approach you.
Jamie, I didn't dream this up, did you?
No, I did not, I didn't do this. Roll initiative.
Well, okay. If I can help.
Oof. As Jamie is kind of like fumbling with his weapon.
Yeah, well, that's a 5.
Well, you're still acting before him. He got a nat 1.
I got a nat 1 too.
Oh, you got
I
it.
just have
Oof! Yeah, no, you both are really fumbling.
We were caught by surprise.
Yeah, the two of you need to roll again.
Okay. Well, that's a 23 now. So I just
Okay, so you'll be acting before Jammy. Actually, no, you both got nat 1, so you'd just be acting on the same turn. Plus, we're using squad initiative anyways. Never mind. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So, yes, you guys will... Basically, they get a surprise turn on you.
Okay. My only question is, do I have the blessings of my saint?
Yes. You can feel your saints praying for you.
Alright.
Yep. Okay. As the devils, some of them crawl towards you, as some of the others take to the sky and then dive towards you. As I'm gonna roll their distance from you, because that wasn't actually stated. 40 feet. As the ones crawling towards you kind of like scurry up towards you, but the ones flying towards you come first. As multi-attack. One bite. And one with its pitchfork. Okay, yep. As that will be 3 attacks. And that's Jammy, you, and Jammy. Okay, first 2 attacks are against Jammy. And... oh, by the way, full equipment. You have all of your equipment and are ready to fight. You are just kind of like fumbling to get them up. Okay,
How many arrows do I have?
20.
Okay, so I did restock after the...
Yeah, you did you restock after... Every encounter that it is reasonable for you to restock. So if you ever have like, could we restock here? You can ask. But like, if you are with the army, you will just restock.
Okay. Can I
Um,
have more than 20?
okay, and then those will miss. You do not have, you would have to carry multiple quivers.
Oh, can a quiver only carry 20?
Yes.
Good to know.
So you would not only be adding the weight of the arrows, but also the weight of the quiver. Actually, as you are dreaming this, you dream that you are, like, a few of the knights from the Crusade are also here to help you. The only face that can fully be recalled is the face of Ahti. Ahti, you are in the scene.
Hello.
Technically it's a dream of you, so you won't remember this after it, but you are here and able to fight. Go ahead and also make an initiative check.
Alright, one moment. That one.
Nat 20, okay. So you actually get to act twice. You get to act. You get a surprise round and get top of the initiative. So you'll basically be able to act twice before, as these devils are kind of swooping down. So yeah, as I said, they're like, some of them are crawling from 40 feet away and some of them are swooping down from 40 feet away. There are 6 of them.
Alright, so where am I in relation to Sean? Like, what's the position between me, Sean, and the demons?
You guys are essentially like shoulder to shoulder. And then the devils are 40 feet away.
Alright, for my first action, I'm going to cast Hex on one of the demons that's showing up quicker,
Okay.
and then use Eldritch Blast at it.
Yeah, so, go ahead and roll the attack.
It's 10. No, it's a 16, sorry.
Okay, yes. What chess piece do you want to represent you?
Sorry?
I'm bringing up the combat map. What chess piece do you want to represent you?
Oh, I don't know, just use a rook or something, but
Rook.
where are you bringing the combat map?
Oh yes. I forgot to tell you before the game, sorry. It should be in the pinned messages. Yes, the Roll20 is in the pinned messages on Discord.
Okay, just give me a second to find it and join them.
Yup. As barbed are one above imps, so barbed will be. We're gonna go barbed's a bishop. Basically. Yep.
Jamie the pawn.
Yeah, Jamie is the pawn. I'm gonna change his color soon, but yeah, Jamie's the pawn. Okay, yeah. So that's kind of how they're arranged.
Alright, so I'll cast Eldritch Blast on, let's say, this one.
Okay, yeah. And there is the unconscious Angel and the unconscious Lulu behind you. Go ahead and make the attack roll.
I made it. That was a 16.
It was a 16. Yes, thank you. Yeah, as your blast hits into this flying devil. Go ahead and roll damage.
It's does my roll 20 8 plus, let me just roll a d6 for Hex.
Okay. Yes. So, as you fire off your blast, you can actually attempt to use Cleave, because that damage will rip through this spine devil. Go ahead and make another attack to see if the Eldritch Blast goes through this devil and hits the one behind it.
Do I
Make
do I
another
add the modifier or just?
Yeah, you make
roll
another
straight?
attack roll.
Okay.
And the remaining damage will go through.
It's an 8.
8. Okay, so you got 6, so it's 8 damage is what? 8 to hit?
Yeah, 8 to hit.
Okay, so it
the
does
first
not hit.
hit
As
was
yeah,
14
it like
damage.
goes through the first spine devil, but does not kill the second. Does not hit the second, as the second just kind of swoops out of its way.
Alright, and I have another round, right?
Yes, as it's to your turn again.
I'll just hit the one below the one I already attacked and use recast Hex on it and use Eldritch Blast again.
Okay.
that's a 23 to hit.
That hits, yeah.
And that's 10 plus.
Yeah, as again,
2.
this second flying devil just gets obliterated by your attack.
Alright, it's 13 in
As
total.
after you do that, you fully have noticed, yeah, the hex is definitely excessive for these things. As kind of like, at your Eldritch Blast, the hex kind of follows it in a wisp, and before the hex can even contact the beasts, the Eldritch Blast destroys them.
Okay.
Okay, it is now the fiends. As they move to there and will attack Jammy. They will move there and will attack you. Sean.
Yep.
They'll move to there and will attack Sean. They'll move to there and attack Sean, and then he... Okay, he has to move to there. Actually, wait. You killed 2 of the flying ones. So actually, only one of the flying ones remain, as the rest of them are crawling, and the crawling ones have to sprint. The flying one attacks the knight, attacks Ati. As it flies down at you, its pitchfork held under its arm as it thrusts it forward. As the pitchfork gets 9 to hit, as you presumably easily sidestep it. Then as it continues to fly back and pulls back with its pitchfork, it attempts to bite you. Does a 14 hit?
That hits.
14 hits? Okay. Bite was 2d4. As you take 4 plus just 2d4. Okay. You take 2 points of damage. So, since that does not beat your base fatigue injury threshold, you do not gain any fatigue this round. However, your current injury threshold, your current fit, is lowered by the damage you took. That does not lower the multiples. It just lowers the lowest of your fits. Does that make sense?
And yeah, can I just ask, since I have the Find Familiar spell, I forgot it. Is it cool if I have it in this combat, or
yes, yeah.
Should I just summon it for the next?
Yeah, you can have it in this combat.
Okay, so how does that work? Do I roll initiative for it separately? Or?
No, it's gonna act on your turn.
Okay, so
yeah.
Let's just say when it comes around to me again.
Yes, and you were a rook. So I'm going to place this rook here, and I'm gonna mark it with this. So the one with the mark is your familiar.
Alright, cool.
Yeah. As it is now back up to your turn, Ati. Because both of the others got nat 1s on their initiatives, which means they don't act at all in the first round of combat, whereas you got a nat 20, which meant you acted beforehand as well.
Alright, so I will aim at the three things below
and
me.
you should be able to control your mimic, your familiar.
Okay, so I'd want it to move away if that's possible, since I'm going to cast an AoE spell, but I don't know if it can move away before I cast it.
Yes, it can. Yeah. You can go ahead and move it.
I think it can. That's 4 blocks. I don't know how much movement 1 block is.
5 feet.
5 feet.
Yeah.
Okay, that's cool then, so it should be able to move that much, and I'll use... let me just find the spell. Thunder Wave at the three devils below me.
Okay, and what type of save do they need to make?
I think it's a dex save, but let me just check
Okay.
quickly. No, it's a con save.
Isn't... If I'm correct, Thunderwave is centered on yourself, correct?
Yes.
I believe it... Doesn't it go in all directions?
From my knowledge, it starts from you and goes to like both of your sides and then forwards, but I might be wrong.
Yeah, I'm quickly reading it. Out from you, each creature within a 15-foot cube, or originating on you. So yeah, everyone adjacent to you.
Oh, then,
Which would
I
also...
wouldn't want to cast that if I can redo.
I mean, one thing you can do is you can talk. Talk. You don't have to talk on your turn, by the way. But you could like ask the person who's in that radius. You could ask Sean if he was okay with that, since it does hit 3 of them. But if you don't want to, you don't want to. That's fair.
Yeah, I think I'll just go with a different move, and I will cast Scorching Ray, with each one targeting the 3 below me.
Okay. And is that an attack roll or a save?
That's an attack roll.
Okay,
just
go
let
ahead
me
and make
check.
that.
So, okay. That's an 8, a 10, and 23.
Okay, the 23 hits.
Okay, so let's say it hits like this one, since
Yep.
it's the 3rd one, and that's 2d4 of damage.
Okay.
Not 2d6, sorry.
Okay. Go ahead and roll that.
That's 6 plus 2, I think.
Well, the damage on the dice itself is enough to, yeah, just this ray of light and flame hits this, this devil as you kind of, like, move this beam shooting across the 3. 2 of them dodge out of the way till the last one is cut in half by these flames. And, yeah. There you go, that is,
That's my turn, and let me just pull up the stats for the familiar, and yeah, I'm sorry I don't have all of this prepared.
That's okay. Now that you're pulling it up, you'll have it prepared in the future.
Exactly. Okay, sorry that took a while. It's a sting attack, and it's a melee attack with +4 to hit.
Okay. Go ahead and make it. Go ahead and roll that attack. What is your familiar, by the way?
It's a pseudo dragon, and the attack is a 10.
Yeah, it attempts to attack this creature, but does not.
Alright.
As that's your turn?
Yeah, that should be it.
Okay, as then these devils, all spring up from the ground at once as they, spear forward with their pitchforks. And that one's gonna attack Jammy. That one attacks the familiar. That one attacks... Okay, so one attack on each of you, including the familiar. Or one creature attacking each of you, including the familiar. Okay.
Alright.
That is... attacks against Jammy. And none of them hit, as Jamie's, like, kind of dodging out of the way. Then, the 2 attacks against the familiar. Oops.
It's a.
I'm rolling that. I was rolling things wrong. Sorry. Yeah, that's 9 to hit is the highest, so those miss. Then attacks against Sean. Wow. Low rollers today. Highest was a 5. Then the 2 attacks from the last Barbed Spines Devil against Ati. And one of those is a 15 to hit.
Anything 11 and above hits.
Okay, and that was the first one, so that would be the bite. First weapon. That is 5 damage.
Okay, so I take Oh no, never mind. I take point of exhaustion, and does it carry over like into the next point?
Yes, yeah. At this point, every time you take 1 damage, you will gain a level of exhaustion, at least 1 damage, and then, if you end up getting multiples of your base fit, then you'll gain multiple levels of exhaustion with 1 attack.
Okay, so then I have...
Basically, every time you killed one of these beasts, you gave it 6 levels of exhaustion with that attack.
I see. So I have 1 exhaustion now, and I'm at -3 for the next level, and so if I take, let's say, 3 damage, I'll take 2 points of exhaustion.
Yeah. Yeah, he'll, yeah, so it doesn't, your multiples of your base, it's still, you would require 10 damage to take 2, points of fatigue at the same time. But, from now on in the combat, your current fit has been lowered to 0, or to 1. So if you take 1 damage, you will gain that 1 level of fatigue. But you need to take 10 damage to gain 2 at a time.
I see. I see. Thanks.
Okay. Yes, as they all have taken off and begin to fly. There. As they fly away, they are dipping and swirling in a way that makes it impossible for you to get a hit off on them, even as they leave your threatened area. Okay. Now, it is the party's turn. So Jammy and Sean.
Okay.
Yeah. So what do you do?
Well, my first question is, does my internal injury...
Try to make the mic pick you up better.
The internal injury that I have, is it affecting me in the dream?
It currently is, though. As you think that, you think, wait, if I can alter things about the dream, can I alter things about myself? Basically, you can't. It still exists, but you can make a willpower save to try to avoid whatever it causes.
Okay. So I would have to make the con save, and then I could make a...
No, like when it triggers, when it would normally trigger. I can't exactly remember what internal is, but when it would trigger, you just make a willpower save first, and then if you fail that save, then you still have to. Then the injury still triggers in the same way.
Okay. So it's just switching which modifier.
No.
No.
It would be willpower, and then you do have to make a con save for that injury. Yeah, it would be willpower and then the con save normally.
Okay.
So you have another chance to avoid it.
Okay. Well, I got a 16 on the willpower.
Yeah. Then the wound kind of stops affecting you. And for the remainder of the encounter, it will not affect you.
Wonderful. Alright, well then, let's shoot some demons. So we're going to start with the demon up top. And I'm going to shoot an arrow at it.
Okay.
Sure this modifier.
Go ahead and make that attack.
15 to hit.
Yes. That does hit.
Alright. 8 damage. Piercing.
Okay. Sorry, what was the damage again?
8.
Okay, and which one are you attacking?
The one above me.
Okay, the one to the north. Yeah, as you just... as the arrow lands into it as it falls from the sky.
Alright, so it's dead. Good. On to the next one.
As you're doing this, Jamie is kind of like setting up with his shield and kind of crouching below his shield so that his shotgun is like aiming up towards them.
21.
21, yeah. That hits. Roll damage.
12.
Yeah, as again, like, you hit it as the arrow just goes straight through its neck as it then burns into ash and hits the ground. A burning
16.
corpse. 16 hits. Damage?
6.
As, yeah. 3 arrows, 3 spine devils down.
10.
As your last arrow, you loose it as the, I think that's your last. If it's not, correct me. But, as this arrow, you loose it, as it goes just past the spine devil as it looks at you, and snarls.
Alright. Do I have a benefit? That's not one. That one.
Is that your turn?
Not entirely. I'm going to use my bonus action
Yeah.
to use my healing pool on Zerial. Maybe wake it up.
As you begin to do it, you know it will fail. You know it wouldn't do anything.
So when I go to do it,
You know that it would fail. You can still try to do it if you want to, but you have this overwhelming feeling that you expect it to fail. If you don't do it, you do not spend your bonus action.
You got injured. Was it Ati?
Yeah, I got slightly injured. Yes.
And there is a healing to removing fatigue conversion.
Okay.
Okay.
Then I will use one of my d6s. I got a 4.
Okay, yeah, that is enough to remove one first tier injury. So yeah, you are no longer having that tier of injury. You are healed.
Okay.
So does my next countdown start from 5 or from the point where it was before he healed me?
No, you still have only one current current fatigue injury threshold, but you remove the level of exhaustion.
I see.
You remove the that's a tier 1 fatigue injury is the first level of exhaustion.
I got that.
So when I say you remove that tier, it means you remove that exhaustion. Technically, combat fatigue, it's a slightly different condition, but it's almost the same. So, combat fatigue just removes at the end of the encounter. Actually, well, not the injuries, but whatever. That's getting stuck in the weeds. Ignore what I was rambling about.
Does Jamie have an attack?
Sure.
Yes, as Jamie aims up on the last one, and I'm gonna quickly check if he has anything to do other than just a basic shot. Weapon misfires, intercept, enemy makes a ranged attack. I forgot he could do that. As, yeah, he's just gonna take a shot. As he, with his rifle on top of his, shield, he takes a shot, and that is, yeah, plus a d6. Plus 3. Yeah, as his shot lands on the beast, and just obliterates this last of the spined devils. As you defeat the last of the devils, everything begins to shift around you again. The landscape begins to fill with a thick black smoke, and the smell of death and decay expands to encompass everything. The devils that surround you, the devils that were behind those devils, a second wave, begin to come in as then they begin to kneel before you and offer to serve you. Three more spined devils. Please, your might has been shown. Let us serve you, mighty ones. As they're kneeling before the three of you, Jammy just like is calmly puts his rifle on his back and begins to pull off his boomstick from his back and begins to walk up towards the devils.
Jamie?
Yeah?
Jamie?
Yeah? What? What do you want? Wait, do you not want me to shotgun these guys in the face?
I'm trying to understand how this dream is working, so we just pulverize these things.
So
And now they're wanting to serve us.
the freaking cowards! We'll just shoot them in the face. Cowards, they're useless. We'll kill them.
Well, Jeremy, let's think about this though. We're not supposed to be in this dream. So, like, who would this have originally been? If this is like a dream memory kind of thing?
Well, considering both of them are unconscious, I'm not figuring it's one of them. And, we saw the rest of the Hell Riders disappear through their portal, so probably not them. I don't know.
Then, who...
As the smoke begins to swirl and get closer into you. Please, lords, let us serve you. You must choose quickly.
Put him down.
As Jamie
Not having-
shotgun to the face. As the first one just scatters back as then the other two begin to fly away. As Jamie just tracks one with his shotgun, shoots it, and you can very easily pull out your bow and take out the last.
Alright.
As the smoke again begins to swirl towards you. Swirl in and harder and deeper and thicker. Until it spirals out. And you stand and are now wandering through, already feeling tired as if you had been walking for miles. A vast, barren landscape of utter devastation. Black sludge rises rapidly out of the ground, enveloping your feet and gripping you tightly, overwhelming you with a horrible sense of loss. Ah! As, Jamie is kind of, pulling at it with his feet. Ati, you are no longer here. This black sludge is beginning to rise. As you are walking through this desolate landscape that threatens to consume you. What do you do?
Can I imagine that the ground is not so... It's not as annoying as you've made it out to be?
Um...
Or
Yeah, you can try to be like, no, there is not sludge rising from the ground trying to drown me. Yeah, go ahead and make a willpower save. Or
16?
yeah, willpower check. Yeah. Okay, yeah, as Jammy is kind of like trying to pull his feet out from the sludge. You just look down and you're like, no. There's not sludge. This desolate waste is not what we're looking for. As Jammy, like, pulls his feet, and... math. Yeah, as he's, like, trying to pull his way out, the sludge recoils from around you. Though he is still trying to fight out of the sludge. I need to quickly read something. As you begin to float up into the air, this sense of loss, of this horrible loss shedding from you. As you feel yourself lifting up and becoming separate from this place. As Jammy is continuing to try to like pull himself out, and he looks up as you are in the air. I hope being see-through doesn't mean you can't help. As he continues trying to like pull out and is like reaching up a hand towards you.
I will, like, after I had been like kind of looking at the horizon, I'll look back down and be like, right, and I'll reach down and grab him.
Yes, so you can use the aid action as you attempt to help him out. As you grab him and you pull upward, you try to pull him out of this sludge. And the sludge grows, rising faster than you are pulling him out. And... give me a moment.
Pull on him
as the sludge is rising over his head. That's 12, 14, 17 damage. As you see him like gurgling as the sludge is making its way into his eyes and into his mouth. That is 2 times.
I'll reach around with my other hand and proceed to try to yank him up more.
Yeah. As you pull him up out of, try to pull him up out of this sludge. My goodness. As he continues, like, you are pulling up as this sludge is rising, and at this point, you feel it pulling him back down. Actually, the sludge has stopped rising at this point, but it's pulling him back down into it. As you see him, you see the sludge seeping its way into his eyes. As, he looks up at you. And, 13, 14, 2 more. As he looks up at you, and you can see how weak he is. Ugh. Hey, man. Hopefully dying in the dream doesn't mean dying for real, right? I'm only gonna drag you in. Come on. See you on the other side, right? As Yeah, he is smiling, like his face, like you can see the pain and exhaustion in his face, but he is trying to smile through it. You can see like his eyes like are like the crow's feet at the corner of his eyes and the dimples from his always nonchalant, way too happy for the occasion grin as he's beginning to sink into this sludge.
Oh no, you don't.
Okay,
I'm
you're going to...
I'm going to yank on him again, and I'm also going to use my other healing pool die. I got a 2.
A 2. Okay, I need to quickly check because he is at tier 4 injury right now. Tier 4 requires... what did you get?
I got a 2.
Got 2? You try to heal him, but his injuries are so great. The life force that you can feel being drowned out of him by this black sludge is too great. As he's like, why do you have to be an idiot and save the worthless? As he, well, I can't drag it down! As he, like, pulls up as you're pulling him, and he gets his other hand out of the sludge, grabs your arm, and begins to pull himself out of the sludge. You tug and yank him out as, the sludge is now dripping from him. As he looks at you. Actually, like, he kind of looks more past you. Oh, I didn't see that one coming. Nice one. We're freaking out.
I'm going to wave my hand in front of his eyes.
As like... Now, I can feel a breeze, but, everything's dark. You're waving your hand, aren't you?
I'm going to cast Lesser Restoration on him.
Okay. Yes. Lesser Restoration. Go ahead.
Alright.
Say...
if
yeah.
he was blinded, he is no longer blinded.
Okay. Yes, as you cast the restoration, the sludge begins to, like, pour out of his eyes, and he's like, oh, man, that's a feeling. As it, like, begins to kind of just, it just kind of, like, shoots out of his eyes, essentially, as you, like, dodge out of the way of the first splurt of black sludge that just flies through the sky. As then, he just basically has, like, a waterfall of sludge coming from his eyes, for a moment, until you can see his eyes again. And he looks at you. There's a black smear, like his eyes are lost in, like his eyelids and around his eyes are black stains with black waterfall stains coming down from his eyes, dripping down his chin. As he looks at you.
I'm going to hold up 2 fingers.
Frickin' 2, mate. You got it.
I'll pat him on the shoulder. Anything else I should be concerned about?
Well, everything else is going black. As you look around, indeed, the rest of the world around you is going black. You sure that worked?
Well, unless I became blind.
Okay, cool. At least it's not just me. As, the blackness, Hey. It's Lulu. As you look down, indeed, sitting in this black void, resting in this inky void, Lulu rests on a black cushion at the center of this void. She seems unconscious and alone. A beam of brilliant white light shines down upon her. Next to Lulu, a large gleaming brass spyglass rests upon an ornately covered tripod. As you are drifting through this inky void, this black satin pillow and this spyglass and Lulu being the only things you see, other than Jamie.
I'm gonna cast light on a glove, maybe if I'm wearing a glove or something small that I could.
Yeah. Throughout the void, shimmers, glints of reflected light come back to you, but you do not see anything more.
I'm gonna like tap Jamie.
Yeah, as you tap him, like the motion you just put into him begins to make him spin. Yeah?
I'm gonna grab him to hopefully stop him from moving so much.
Make a willpower check.
No, I can only do so much. Oh, well, that's a dirty 20. Okay.
Yeah, as you grab him, and you are just, the two of you are just stable and face to face. Yeah?
Alright. I'm going to motion to him to head towards Lulu
Right.
as I attempt to walk.
Make a
Close
willpower check.
neutral.
Or actually, you drift forward. You move at a speed equal to your willpower score. As you essentially have a fly speed equal to your willpower score. As he begins to drift forward as well. This is weird, man. Yeah. You drift towards Lulu.
Alright. As we're getting closer, is it still just Lulu, the cushion, and like the
Yes.
eyeglass?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Once I get within like arm's reach, I'm gonna try to pick up the spyglass.
Yeah, so you reach out to the spyglass. You feel as if it's wrong to do so. You can continue trying if you want.
I'ma hesitate. There's nothing else in this room, or what I'm going to call a room.
There is nothing else here than the cushion, Lulu, and the spyglass.
If I shift my hand over to Lulu, do I get the same feeling?
You do not.
What about the cushion?
You do. Actually, no, you don't. Never mind. You don't.
Oh, the cushion? Okay.
No. Neither the cushion nor Lulu gives you that feeling.
Okay, I'm gonna gently nudge Lulu.
As, yeah, you see her stir. Her eyes kind of flutter open. She yawns. She looks around peacefully. She doesn't seem to see you. As she sees the spyglass next to her. Gets up, walks over to the spyglass, and looks through it. And then she steps back suddenly, her eyes wide, her mouth open, her face alight with excitement. And she cries out, "The sword! The sword! I know where it is!" And then you bolt upright. And you are in the infirmary as Lulu is like prancing around, almost like galloping through the sky as her wings flap to keep her aloft. "I know where the sword is! I know where it is!" She's flapping around.
Lulu.
Yeah, yeah.
Please don't make me do that again.
Oh, okay. So, I'm sorry.
As I as
She,
Sean-
like, all of her excitement
Shit.
immediately, like, shrinks away.
Not your fault. Just very, very, very mind-boggling. As Sean tries to get up out of the bed
Yeah.
and stand upright, as he
You
is
do so. You look over at Jammy
a
as
little
he's
disappointed.
like everyone here, all of the chosen are awake and here. As you see Jammy like smiling at you guys, as you see the river scars, the black stains still on his face. As he's smiling at you. We did it! What did we do? We found the sword! As Svetlana like looks at him and is like, ah!
Sean's going to run over to him
What?
and
What?
cast Cure Wounds.
As you cast it, you feel the magic sink into him. It's like, ooh, feeling pretty good. Thanks, I guess? What's up? Why do you do that?
Oh, did it not have any?
No,
effect?
like the black stains down his face are still there.
Oh, the stains are still there.
Yeah.
But there's no like. Oh.
Okay. What? Wait. Do it. He like goes around and like grabs a mirror from nearby, holds it up. Cool. Okay. Permanent makeup. Why not? As he puts it back on the table.
Tap him on the shoulder.
Yeah.
Makeup. Sure. Let's go with that.
I mean, yeah.
And he's going to kind of trudge out.
I'm fine. He says to Svetlana, who is still kind of like looking at him very oddly. We need to go to the Bleeding Citadel. That's where I hid her sword.
You hit her sword.
Yeah, yes, After the Hell Raiders left, Zariel told me to take care of the sword. Well, some of the Hell Riders left, at least. Some of them stayed, but I don't remember who they were. But
okay.
She gave me the sword to make sure evil didn't get it, and I hid it. I hid it in the Bloody Citadel. I know where the Citadel is.
Okay. Great.
We have to get out of Elturel.
Let's inform the others, and let's devise a plan.
Yes.
I need a drink.
Yeah, you get a drink.
While he's getting a drink,
Yeah. As
all of the spells I casted in the dream, did they consume actual spell slots?
the spells casted, no, your ammunition spent and spells casted in the dream were not spent. However, that Cure Wounds was spent.
Yeah, the Cure Wounds was outside of the dream. So
Yeah, you guys get a drink, and then from high hold, you look down at what is before you. There are the great chains tying Elturel down to the river Styx, and armored legions of devils encircle the enormous posts of infernal iron that anchor Elturel to the rocky ground. Squads of demons fighting layers upon layers deep, hurl themselves against the devil ranks, out from the river Styx. Most of those abyssal troops are lowly mains and dretches, who die quickly in a vain attempt to drag down devils so the stronger demons behind them can strike killing blows. The dark river of the Styx cuts a path through the blasted landscape and flows directly into the lake beneath this city. As a different branch of the river flows to what you can only call the west. Or the east, sorry. Floating on the river are demonic barges being assailed by squadrons of winged devils under the command of a terrifying pit fiend, wearing an eyeless helm and clutching a battle standard. That is the battle that lies beneath you. As we go out to the Council of Saints. The Saints have recently got the report from Jammy. And if you also add to the report, you add to the report. Of the dream, and that the Sword of Zariel is a powerful artifact that may help you in this crusade. Alright then, we're gonna need to make a choice on how we're getting out of El Terrell. I think that breaking the chains is going to be a difficult sell. Difficult thing to do. But we could try it. Or those chains are large enough that we could send our men straight down them. Fight our way out. Our army in El Terrell is larger than both of those armies down there. I think our fighting power could take it.
Maybe. Where is this bleeding citadel that they described from the creature's dream? Lulu.
Well then. I heard it's to the east, according to their reports. To the east and north. On a hill that overlooks the river Styx.
Here. Then. Or is it for the...
This, yes, that there. That hill.
I see. It does not look like a short travel. We could try to storm down the chains, but that would slow us. And unless all of our men can fly, we'll have to somehow find a way across that river.
It would definitely be storming down different parts of the bridge. It'd be another beach landing immediately after the one we did. However, we would be able to get more people through than we were able to get through that portal. Not to mention, we'd be having people behind them, able to send volleys to try to soften up those devils and demons.
True. How long do you think it would take to go from El Terrell to that tower?
From the reports I'm hearing from the walls, the space in that hellish dimension seems to shift. Places move around. Landmarks generally stay in the same place, but distance warps and changes.
If that is the case, perhaps we should diverge a smaller force to move more quickly towards the tower while the main force deals with the beach. How many Pegasi do we have remaining from our siege or the taking of El Terrell?
Well, we didn't have... You mean griffins?
Griffins. The winged creatures.
Aye, well... We only ever had enough griffins for a very few people. If you're saying the Chosen should fly out and try to venture this hellscape without the armies, it's gonna be a tough run for them.
No, that would be suicide. I say we storm the beach. Show these demons that we are not to be trifled.
I'd agree. So then, the question is... Should we have the Chosen run in, be leading the first assaults? Or manning one of the chains, or simply moving down with the armies? Out of character, this is you choosing what type of encounter you will do. Going down in the front means that it is a skirmish scale. Going down the being in charge of one of the chains means it's a battle scale, and just going with the armies means it's a war scale. War will go the fastest of the encounter, and from how long the dream took, I would suggest probably war, though it is up to you.
How confident are you in your children?
Well, I see no reason to put him directly in the front, but I see no reason not to put him directly in the front. I will... If he gets too much in danger, he knows the cost. Though, charging down in the front of these chains, it's almost certain we'll have to choose new Chosen.
I'll let him be the judge.
Okay, so what is Sean's choice?
That overgrown lizard giving me this decision.
Sorry, what now?
Not in the mood to deal with the front, and if we're trying to get through this quickly, I'd rather not get in the way of our men. Cecilia, what is your opinion on this? Do you want to be in the front, or should we take this?
I will not be coming with you. Unfortunately, Raven Guard was going to be the one defending the supply lines, and I was going to defend El Terrell, but now I have to do both. I cannot help you in this fight. I must make sure that no counterattacks can get into the city. They will undoubtedly be sending plenty of winged demons up this way. Demons and devils, whatever fiend, it matters not. I cannot help. I say we go down in the front. Die a martyr, live a hero.
Cecilia, what would you advise?
At this point, by the way, it has been 4 days since the Battle of El Terrell, so if you have, injuries that, like the festering wound injuries, you can make 4 medicine checks to try to remove it.
Medicine?
Actually, no, because you didn't have downtime. Those days were spent doing the funeral.
True.
You can do it once.
Oh,
you can do it once because of the funeral. Oh, yes, speaking of that,
has my priest come?
Yeah, so the messenger you sent out, like, runs into camp. Bakar! Saint Bakar! Unfortunately, I was unable to find any mages willing to come this way. Any with the power to restore you of your wounds. The Saints do essentially get, the 4 days that they can make checks. However, even the Saints just automatically pass medicine checks. Whereas, the Chosen Ones can get one check made. Yeah.
So, Bakar would have passed all of his medicine checks?
Bakar would have passed his 4 medicine checks, so has 4 successes out of 10.
Okay. But then for Sean, I can make 1?
Yes, with Sean you can make 1. 7. Yeah, so like that festering wound in, like, the wound on Jammy's arm, he has to keep reapplying bandages, and once again it's already red from kind of blood. Not like deeply red, and it is after a bit of a time, but you can see it beginning to get pink through its wound.
That's a 14 on the medicine.
Okay.
Now, what would happen if I was to cast Cure Wounds or Lesser Restoration on them?
Lesser Restoration. I'm gonna allow Lesser Restoration to restore it, but of course this is extended rest, so you won't you don't regain those every day.
Right.
You need to take a 10-day rest to do so. But every time you cast Lesser Restoration, it's an automatic success.
Okay.
Actually, you could cast that as many times as you want right now to get as many. Actually, no. I'm gonna say that it is during once per day, and otherwise its effect. You're just kind of like overdosing on the magic, and it's not working anymore.
Right.
It needs to have some time to naturally get to a point where it can start festering again, because the restoration removes the festering, which accelerates the healing.
Right.
So yeah, every time you cast Lesser Restoration, will be an automatic success for that check. But you do lose those 4 max hit points temporarily until the wound is healed. So yeah, and from being shot by the barrage, there's actually a significant hole in Jammy's cheek that he's having to like breathe in and like suck to make sure he doesn't drool out of his open cheek, he has to keep, like, slurping his drool out of his mouth. So, I'd say go to the front. If you don't want to, that's fine.
I'll play things a bit more cautiously.
Okay, fine. Yeah. Okay, so Bakar, you will be making the tactics checks for this. As
Bakar would be?
Oh, not Bakar, Sean. Sean will be making the checks.
Okay.
You have, you have the other two heroes that are you're still tier 2 now, so, you'll gain +6. You'll gain +8 in all, as Jammy is going to the front.
Okay.
And your army's fighting force... Oh, right. By the way, the casualties did come in, the casualty reports. You lost over half of your knights. Whereas the losses to the infantry and footmen or the gallant company and footmen are drops in the bucket. You lost 550 infantrymen, you lost 250 out of your 370 knights. You have 125 knights remaining. And you lost... I forgot to write down how many of the footmen you lost. So I'm gonna quickly check that. Tell you. You lost 100 footmen. As Gallant Company actually poured in before many of the footmen. So you lost more knights and Gallant Company because those are the people you brought in first, then you lost footmen. Okay. So yes, you... You will leave... Okay, so fighting force of that much requires... Shoot. There we go. So, okay. Insert. Defensive. Yeah, so, go ahead. You will be taking a very large fighting force. Okay, so the Crusade's overall fighting strength is 64,800. And you, okay. Real quick, I'm gonna do that. As there is currently... There is currently one legion of devils besieging El Terrell. But in the distance... in the distance, you can see another legion. And there is also constant demons pouring out. You can make an intelligence insight check to try to gauge the fighting force of this legion and these demons pouring out of the river Styx.
Okay.
Yes. As, Ati, you are, one of the knights assigned with, going along with the Chosen. Sean being one of the Chosen. So you are also here.
Alright. So sorry, I sort of spaced out. What are we doing?
You guys are currently standing at the top of this city, floating above the river Styx, this black, inky river. You're on top of High Helm, a partially collapsed castle, and overlooking these devils and demons below fighting each other, as the armies of the Crusade are about to try to break the siege. As you're looking down, you guys can make intelligence insight checks to try to gauge the fighting force of these opponents.
I'm sorry, what do you mean by intelligence insight?
You make a insight skill check, except instead of using wisdom, you use your intelligence score.
Oh, that's the same for me anyway.
Okay, that's good. So, yeah, Sean, what's your roll?
D20 plus 8. Well, that's a nat 20, so 28.
Okay, nat 20 is actually 48. Yes, so you can tell these devils, though there are fewer of them than your forces, you figure even the weakest of these devils are stronger than an average footman. Compared to your fighting force. A single legion of these? You're going to figure a single legion maybe has the fighting force of 8,000. By the way, that is comparing to, fighting force, each one fighting force equals one trained infantry. So, this legion probably has the fighting force, despite the fact that there are only 1,000 of them, probably have the fighting force of 8,000 infantry. And as I said, the entire Crusade has a fighting force of 64,000.
I see.
You can choose how many people you leave for, Cecilia to attempt to defend both the supply lines with and El Terrell with.
So they have a fighting force of 8,000, or the one at least I see.
Yes, the legion you see below you probably has a fighting force of 8,000, and the devils constantly pouring out of the river Styx, probably also a comparable fighting force to 8,000, so 16,000 in all.
So 16,000 beneath me. I will have us leave a fighting force of 24,000. for the supply lines.
Okay.
and Defending L2L. How
Okay.
that's divvied up.
Yeah, 24,000.
So-
Okay, so let me quickly do that. 24,000 times 4. I'm basically just gonna have you leave just infantrymen. That'll be 96,000, or footmen, I mean. That's 96,000 footmen. So 100,000 minus 96,000 is 64,000. Oh. Okay. It's 96,000. Okay, yes. You are left with about 64,000 footmen.
Okay.
Yes. So, the footmen themselves, are you wanting to hold back any of your troops? Or are you just being like, just send them all in?
Well, we don't. Do we have control of the top of the chain yet?
Yes, you have control of the top of the chain.
Okay.
And currently, there are no devils on the chain. After you took El Terrell, the devils stopped trying to assail the chains, and are just fighting the demons down below.
At the bottom of the chain.
Yeah.
Unfortunately,
the bottom of the chain is directly on the front lines between the devils and the demons. So, when you hit down there, you're going to collide into, like, 3-way front.
I see.
Hey, Gallant Company, we literally volunteered to go in first. We're the heroes, we're dying the martyrs. These footmen are basically civilians. Send us in first.
I'll start with sending 8,000 footmen as like the first wave.
I mean, we're gonna want to try to puncture through these. Maybe the first battle should have more committed to it. By the way, a single roll is a single battle in War Scale.
Okay. Then I will commit half of my footmen.
You're just committing footmen?
Well, what else do I... Okay, so
The Gallant Company is infantry, and then you have your, you have over 100 knights, and you have your footmen.
Alright, I'll have my knights be the rear guard.
Okay.
I'll send...
The footmen are the most numerous and least good at combat, but the Gallant Company literally signed up to fall on the sword for their country.
Yeah. I'll put... I'm sorry, what were my numbers? You said I have 100.
You have a fighting force of 15,000 footmen and a fighting force of of 24,000 Gallant Company. Now that you do have more footmen than Gallant Company, but it's just that even your 60,000 footmen are weaker than your 24,000 infantry.
Okay, I'll send. I'll send half of each.
Now, okay, yes. At this point, like, you guys are still discussing. Celia kind of looks up. That, it might be better to make sure we can push through it. If our forces double their fighting power, fully double both the demons and the devils, we will have a much easier time getting through. Whereas if we send a mixture of the two, then it's going to be harder. Why don't we send...
Why you're an actual military person. I am a hunter.
Well, you're going to need...
The overgrown lizard decided to put me in charge of it.
Well, unfortunately, you're going to need to be a commander. This is the last battle I can help you with. If you double their forces, it is much easier to take them out. Double their strength. If you're half of their strength, it's going to be much harder to take them out. If you equal... Even if you do not double, the difference in between equal to slightly more is ineffective when it comes to the battle. Out of game, if you double their fighting power, you have advantage. If you do not double, you roll normally. If you are half their power, you roll with disadvantage. Come on, just send the full Gallant Company forward. We'll take it. Send the half of the infantry with us. What is that, like 14 fighting strength plus our 24, or like, okay, so 7. So half of the infantry would be 7,000, and we're 24,000. So that's 31,000. You said they have like 16,000 fighting force? That doesn't quite double, does it?
Very well then. Send them all. But Jamie, if you die, I will find some way to get up to Celestial, wherever the heck your soul ends up resting, and I'll kill you myself.
Sounds good. That's a deal. Can't wait for our duel later, as he, like, basically just finger guns as he walks out the door.
I don't know why I saved him.
Yeah. Go ahead and make your first roll. Plus 8 at advantage, as you're sending the footmen and the Gallant Company in.
Okay, so it's a D20 plus 8 with advantage.
Yes.
26.
Then, okay, 26, and then both of the devils, one of them is they're being led by Pit Fiend, and they're being led by him. Right, yes. Give me a moment as I get to the right thing. Actually, you know what? It is actually going to be the Saints rolling. So you'll actually have plus 10 because Sean is also going to be in the fight. So roll a battle tactics, a land tactics roll for Bakar.
For Bakar?
Yeah, for Bakar.
So D20 plus 10?
Yes, D20 plus 10.
With advantage or without?
With advantage.
23.
6, so that's Yeah, give me a moment. Is plus 7. That is... Yeah, I'm just gonna... what was it?
23.
As, the army hits down and surges forward, as a report runs back to Bakar as Sean is overwatching. The devils are being pushed back, but as you're pushing through the devils, the demons are rushing from the river Styx and fighting off everyone. Fighting, as, the demons get one success. Basically, it's whoever gets to 3 successes first wins the, battle. The demons, devils, and the Crusade. The demons are currently coming out on top through just sheer blah as they're just charging in.
Okay.
Roll again.
Do I still have advantage?
Yes, you still have
And
advantage.
am I rolling an 8 or a 10?
Plus 10. Still plus 10.
Okay.
Because Jamie is putting himself in danger, so that doubles his bonus to the roll. And then plus 6 because there are the 3 other tier 2 heroes.
Okay. Well, that's a 28.
That's a 28. Okay, and you do win this one as the Crusades are fighting through. Their rear defense manages to start like holding off the demons as they're continuing to try to rush through. As the Crusades have 1 success. This is going well. There's still a good chance we make it out of this. Sir Nikolai says to you, to Bakar.
Let us hope.
Make another check.
29.
29, as yes, you watch as the devils, try to make a maneuver, but it's a mediocre maneuver. As you outmaneuver them, and the demons are just throwing themselves at the line. Also, not winning. The Crusades get another success. With 1 more success, you will win this battle.
I'm still at advantage. Right?
Yes, you're still at advantage.
26.
As, yeah, like, Jammy's just in the front, kind of, like, shotgunning away. 26, as, yep. The devils and demons rolled low again. As the Crusades push down, get down off the chains, and rip through the devils' armies. I forgot about Lulu! You should have been rolling at a plus 12. Whatever. As...
Okay, so my rolls would have been too high.
Yeah. It still would have been the same result. But yeah, as, you guys push through and go through, Jammy, slightly bleeding and bloodied, but not dead, and not severely wounded. Now, is just, like, charging down with his men, firing around as, some of you are riding on your griffins as, Jammy gave up his griffin so that Fidchul could ride on his. And Lulu flying with you, as she goes down and spears, demons on her tusks. Flies up and gives a smile to you, Sean. Told you my tusks were useful, as she flicks her head and the devils fly down towards the field. The black ichor of the devils flicking off of her tusks.
Just don't get yourself killed.
I'm staying careful. Jamie's not, but I am. As, yes, the army fights through. As that is... That is... Okay. As, yeah, like, you have majorly reduced the size of the first legion of devils. The pit fiend, retreating with his forces. You hear his booming voice. The others will come! You will not survive! As he flies away. As he's actually, like, he's facing you as his fiends are running, fleeing around him.
How far away is he?
He's close enough that you could, like, with some minor magic, he could hear you. Is
he within 600 feet?
He is, yes.
Is he within 150?
No.
I'm gonna take a pot shot at him.
Make an attack roll.
Granted, he is past 150, so it would be a disadvantage.
Yeah, disadvantage.
That's... Wait. Oh, that didn't do it right. 12.
12. As, yeah, he, you see him, like, just raise his large hand as the arrow just hits against his hand and shatters. You wish to face me? Shall we duel? You accept my challenge, this legion will disband and surrender to you. If you accept mine, the same for you. So, mortal, you accept the duel. This. Are you there? You gonna duel this pit fiend?
What does he look like?
Big. Let me quickly get a picture of him.
Do you have a picture in a book?
There is a picture in a book, but I'm gonna upload it so that actually I can just show the picture. Let's cover the stat block while I show it on stream.
Yep.
Got to share my stream.
Oh, is this a big red thing that you're about to show?
That is what the pit fiend looks like. It is a large creature, towering above many of the other fiends.
Ah.
Red, scaly, massive wings, a massive mace, and fiery eyes. You have killed a good number of this legion before it starts retreating. So, it's not like you are going... If you don't accept the duel, a full legion will still be around. but
Okay.
you don't know how much of that fighting force is still there, and if they got absorbed into another legion.
I will flip him the bird and
I do not understand. Is that an acceptance?
shoot another arrow at him.
Okay, yeah. As you go ahead, make the attack roll.
That's actually a 17.
As yeah, like it lands into his armor, as then you see it like break, the tip break off, as he's like, as he begins to take off and fly towards you. As he billows out, armies of these mortals, your leaders have entered a duel. He's gonna make an intimidation check on the army. Okay. He's not trying to get the entire army to, like, stand down or flee or whatever. He's just trying to get them to not attack him. So...
Does that include me?
That... can include you. As... yes, so all of you do need to make a willpower saving throw to try to not be scared of this thing as it's flying towards you.
It's an 18 for me.
18?
That's a 13 for me. If I have to roll.
You do.
Oh.
And I'm gonna Hex Eldritch Blast it as soon as it comes into range.
Yeah. So all of you are actually too scared of this thing to say, actually, we weren't gonna duel. Like, you get the feeling that he's gonna try to absolutely wreck you if you try to be like, we're not actually dueling. And your army, the army around you, is basically, like, beginning to make a berth. Like, a circle around you guys, as this pit fiend is coming in to land. You guys can get one round of combat as it is approaching to try to make ranged attacks against it. It is starting at 120 feet away.
Oh, beautiful. Then I'm no longer at disadvantage.
As Jammy's also gonna take a shot with his rifle. Does his rifle have that range? It does, but that is disadvantage. So Jammy's gonna take a shot with his rifle. And yes, Ati, you can make a attack with your. You can make your ranged attack as well.
Okay, I'm just gonna Eldritch Blast since Hex is 90 feet.
Actually, Jamie is going to wait until he's in effective range before firing his shot.
Okay. With the lesser restoration and stuff that I casted earlier, is it going to will I still need to make the con save for the injury that I have?
Yes, you do still have that injury.
Okay.
You do still need to make the con save to try to avoid it. I am gonna say you can try to lesser restoration yourself to negate it for an encounter.
Oh well.
Yeah, you can do that. You can do that for one. For the effect of one lingering injury once per encounter.
Then yes, I will expend that spell slot to not have to deal with that for this fight. Alright. First arrow is a 19.
Actually, I forgot that Jamie is missing an eye, and therefore that type of ranged attack is not what he's going to do. He's going to wait till it gets within 60 feet and use his boomstick instead. Yeah, what was the attack roll to hit?
The first one was a 19.
19 as, yeah, the arrow lands into him and hits. Go ahead and make all of the attacks at once, by the way.
Okay.
Just to speed it up.
That's a 21. That's a 22.
Okay.
And that's a 19.
All of them hit. Go ahead and, roll all of the damage.
Alright, let's see. D8. So...
Mine was 20 and 15 damage.
Okay.
Then I hit him multiple times, so I get to trigger Colossus Slayer. It's an 8. Do I have anything else? None of those were high enough to count as a critical. Okay. Alright, I have the damage when you are ready.
Okay. So give me a moment. I didn't have this guy's injury threshold worked out yet.
Oh wait, that's a bonus action. I'm a bonus action though. Okay.
6.
Oh wait. Oh, that does. Okay.
Okay. Okay, yes. So your first was what now? What was the first attack from you?
My lowest attack was a 19.
Lowest damage. Or no, the first attack's damage.
The first attack is 8.
Okay, second attack?
Second attack is 17.
17, okay. Yeah, so, after... Why did it do that? No, don't do that. Yes, so after your first attack, the second attack, like, sticks into him and you see him, like, you hear him, Urgh. Go ahead. Next damage.
Alright, third attack does 12.
Okay, yeah, as another hits into him and he's like, ah!
And then the last one is another 17.
Yeah, as you hit him again and he's like, ah! As he is flying and he's flapping his wings with belabored flight. He genuinely looks injured. He is still up and flying at you. Eldritch Blast. Ati, it's your turn.
I was going to action surge. It's okay.
No, you can go ahead. I made my attack. It was 15 damage, and that's it.
15 damage. Okay, yeah, that Eldritch Blast hits him as then he's like, ugh! As, like, it fires a hole through his wing. And then, yeah, make an action surge.
Wonderful. Alright, here we go.
You can make that last attack.
No,
or wait, action surge is a whole new action, right? Yeah, you have 4 more attacks, right?
Yep.
Go for it.
I do. Alright.
Make 4
let's see.
attacks.
1, 2, 3. Lowest one's a 17, followed by 19.
19 hits. So you got 3 hits.
3 hits? Alright. Alright. This is still my turn, so that won't thing. So I can't trigger that.
Yeah.
3d8.
As
Alright.
none of them are crits. What is your max damage? Non-crit. What is your normal max damage?
Yeah, none of them are crits. So all combined.
No, just like from one attack, what is the max damage?
Okay. Max damage from one attack. One of them's a 14.
No.
A
Like
10.
no.
And a 12.
Take your dice. Max out the damage on the die that you would roll, and then add your modifiers. What is that number?
Oh. $18.
18? Yeah, so it's not actually possible for you to get above his, to get 2 times his injury threshold. As 18 is actually his injury threshold. As, yeah, you fire the arrow, and with the first arrow that first one bounces off of him, the second one sticks into him as, like, his wings go limp, and you see him tumble across the ground. Do you loose the last 2 arrows into him, or do you just,
oh, well, the first, so I got a 26 the first time, then a 25, then a 17, then a...
Yeah, do you release the last 2 arrows into him, or do you decide to stop firing after you see him, like, hit the ground and tumble? As, like, he is... Yeah, like, he hits the ground, with the amount of...
Did the first arrow miss? Did the 26 miss?
No, basically I'm just saying that your lowest was your first arrow.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So after my second arrow, it hits him, he hits the ground?
Yes. So you have 2 more arrows, do you loose them?
Can I see if he's breathing? Like,
No,
split second?
no you cannot. It is just like, right now, you see him tumbling, you've probably downed him. He might not be dead, but you've probably downed him.
Screw it. I'll finish releasing the other 2.
Yeah, as, like, he tumbles, as then, like, he lands kind of 60 feet away, as, you had already released your next arrow. He looks up at you, as the arrow hits into the back of his throat, and you go here and go, ugh, as then your last arrow shoots him in the eye, goes straight through his head, and you see, like, a few, demons behind him who were cheering just get splattered with devil ichor, and they're like, ah! As they just all begin to flee. As these are like a few imps. As, yeah, you managed to kill this pit fiend, challenge rating 20, by the way, before he got to you.
Yay!
Believe me, if he had got into his turn, you would have been dead. I'm pretty sure he would have been able to one-shot any of you.
Good thing I managed to hit that one Eldritch Blast for 16 attacks.
Yeah, as that happens, like, Jammy just kind of, like, runs forward as, you heard your pit fiend! As, Lulu, casts Thaumaturgy to boost his voice. He said you'd surrender! Honorable duel between leaders! As he, like, runs up to the pit fiend and just puts a shotgun in the pit fiend's mouth and then blows off his entire cranium. As, do you do anything?
Sean?
Yeah, does Sean do anything? Well, either of you, really. You are both here.
Sean's going to lift his head as Jamie goes to blow up the head, and then drop in. Go. I wanted the arrows.
We're a freaking army. We have
Heavily.
so many arrows. Or do you have a special attachment with your specific arrows?
No, but I'm used
good.
to only having so many that if you don't have one, it could mean your death.
A nearby knight hands you just drops like half of his quiver into yours. Don't gotta worry about that here, sir.
Thank you.
As Lulu is like flying around, has she gotten even bigger? As she is now like, you see her like fly next to Jamie, and like she picks him up on her with her trunk and on her tusks, and just her standing, she comes up to his shoulders, and she is on all fours. She is much larger than she used to be. She used to barely come up to your knees. As she picks him up and flies above the devils, You heard the shotgun, boy! Surrender, demons! As functionally, he's also getting an aid action from the Pit Fiend, because the Pit Fiend said that the people would surrender, the devils would surrender. So he gets an aid action from the Pit Fiend and from Lulu as he attempts to intimidate these devils into surrendering as their commander had said. He is proficient in intimidation. As, yeah, like, a few imps continue to flee, but everything, like, all of the other devils, as they're kind of looking to each other, many of them, like, stop fleeing. All of the ones that, like, there are some that are, like, just at the edge that are still running, but all of the greater devils, you see them, like, surrender and essentially beginning to drop their weapons and put their hands on their head, and many of the lesser devils are also following suit. As this wave of demons has also been sent back into the river Styx, and you see a large beast with 6 horns, a cruel, ugly, gnarled-looking minotaur, standing tall above the demons in the river Styx, as he turns back and begins to slowly walk into the river Styx.
Oh.
As you don't even have to make a history check for this. That's Bahamut. Or Baphomet, I mean. That is the demon lord Baphomet. Who Bakar just beat in a battle tactically. As yes. What do you do with your captive devils? At this point, it's like a conversation, like first, yeah, so first it's like the Chosen are kind of together, along with the Knights, so you can chip in if you want. I say we line them up, tie them up, shoot them all. They're devils.
I
Just
do
get rid of
like
them.
the idea of just getting rid of them. I had a thought. Now bear with me, James. What if we use them as fodder? Maybe. I don't know how successful we can make this.
Like,
but
send
what
them
if
in front of us like a meat shield?
Yeah,
That's a great idea.
Oh, okay.
I love that idea. Freaking, not only are we gonna be killing devils, but we're gonna have devils dying to save us. That's great. I love it.
I mean,
They surrendered to us, Lulu says.
survival of the fittest. The strong lead. The weak perish. That's the way of the. That's the way of life. Whether it's down here in hell, or in the forest.
But so they made their choice to surrender, and we're just gonna drive them to their deaths? And I mean, that is true. How are we gonna convince them to go forward other than like dying sooner? But they might betray us or whatnot. What if we like gave them a reward, like release, after the Crusade is done? Eh? Whether or not we actually give it to them, they think we gave it to them. And that will keep them from betraying us. Because they know if they betray us, we're just gonna gun them down. But if they stick with us and be our fodder, they get released after the job is done.
I think you're going in the right direction with that train of thought.
Okay, yeah. So is that our choice? We're gonna do that, or like suggest that to the Saints?
I mean, we can suggest it. As I don't have any other ideas currently at hand other than just killing them. But they have surrendered, so it'd be kind of. I mean, they are devils, but that still feels like cruel and like a war crime.
If I may interject.
Yeah, of
Have you
course,
tried
sir.
Any questioning?
Sorry, I don't know your name, sir.
Oh, it's Ahti.
Sir Ati. Yeah, go ahead.
Have you tried any questioning on these little things so far?
Question. That's
We do have some Inquisition guys on us. Are you from the Inquisition? You one of the knights from there? By the way, the knights from the Inquisition are some of the best knights in the Crusades.
Then I would not be a part of the Inquisition. I am here mostly by chance.
Maybe you should volunteer in the Inquisition. I bet they'd love you there with that mentality.
I will
Getting
certainly try.
getting information from them to get a better idea of the landscape and stuff is beneficial. Knowing our enemies and their general locations could also be of great use. If we know, like, oh, by the way, there's a demon that lives over here near this river. We can avoid it.
Yeah.
I like where his head is.
We might be able to figure out where all the other devil legions are.
Why would we want to know? Well,
so that we can avoid them.
to avoid them, right?
Yeah. Or like strike them before they can team up with each other and become larger than our fighting force.
Rain check on that idea. Okay. Okay. Then I think we suggest this to the Saints. We question them to get intel and suggest to the Saints that we give them a chance of freedom for being used as a defensive line as we push forward. Are we all in agreement?
Yeah. Yeah.
I am if my voice counts.
Jamie?
Yeah. Sorry if you didn't hear me. I'm kind of mumbling. Yeah, I'm down for that.
Alright. Jamie, if you could organize the knights to begin questioning, I'll send word to the same.
I need to organize the. I need to organize Gallon Company. Make sure we're all good. Count casualties and all that. How about Auntie? How about first act as an inquisitor? Start with that questioning, huh?
Can I have an hour to prepare?
Of course you can. They're not going anywhere.
These are imps, by the way, right?
They're not just imps. There are even greater devils here as well. So like some ice devils and bone devils. There are significant variety of devils.
Alright, so I'll take an hour and use
Yes.
find familiar to summon
Yeah.
an imp.
So you have 25 times 9 is 25 times 9. You have 225 lesser devils and 25 greater devils captive, with a fighting force of 2,000.
Alright, so
Basically,
yeah.
it's a fourth of the legion you have captured. So we're not actually going to roleplay the interrogation, because that's another encounter to slow down things. So, instead, we're going to go back to the Saints' Council. I personally think the decision of our chosen is something I agree with.
I like it. Using our enemy as a burial strengthens our front lines.
You can tell that for a moment, Voltaire kind of thinks for a moment.
You're thinking.
I have a specific question I want to ask. As he puts onto the table a note and begins to write it. If you want, you can make a perception check to try to read it.
Mikal will lean over the table to look.
As you lean over the table, like Voltaire kind of like for a moment he kind of like raises his hand slightly, like to block the paper, and then shifts his hand, allowing you to see.
Well, it's a 21, so I'm
Yeah.
not sure how much his hand.
Right, but like you would have been able to see it anyways, but you also notice this little effort by him before he apparently decides against trying to hide it from you. Yes, so you can read it. Inquisitors, learn all you can from these greater devils about the fiend called Lucy. This fiend is a concubus and has prior gone by the name Mr. Jones. I've been hunting this devil for a long time. Learn all you can from them and of their location and alliances. All of this information learn and return it to me. This could be vital. Lord Inquisitor Voltaire Castellanter. See,
Why do you
holds it
want
up.
to know about this one more specifically than just the demons in general?
This fiend is a powerful fiend, has been causing trouble around the Sword Coast for a while. He might have something to do with the disappearance of El Terrell. And we might be able to find other cities that have been damned a similar way by him.
That may be true, but our main priority should be getting to deal with Zerial, is it not?
It should be, yes, but we can perhaps send a smaller detachment to deal with this fiend if we can find its location.
Very well then.
Whether or not we still have the greater fiends in captivity, interrogating them, we can decide whether or not we act on the information when or if we get it. Well, while the interrogation is happening, I suppose the decision is, do we leave the captured devils at El Terrell, or do we send them forth with the army so that they can be used as fodder as soon as they're interrogated? There will be no place to keep them if we're sending them forth with the army. So it might be harder to keep track of them. Harder to keep them from running away.
What if we were? What is the captured force equivalent to?
Sorry. Oh, yes. The reports say that the captured force is fighting strength of 2,000. Now, from my experience, convicted soldiers tend to fight with half the motivation. Fighting on our side, we should see them as a measly 1,000. Fighting on an attempt to escape, the fighting force would be comparable to 2,000. Our forward crusade. The forward crusade is already vastly beyond that strength. The Gallant Company alone, even.
Our larger force is the one leaving El Terrell. The demons were to seek only to escape or to aid the force attacking. I would rather have it be against the larger of the two.
That is true. Though these battle reports, the casualties. We lost 2,500 footmen, or 12,000, 12,500 footmen, as well as 5,000 infantry. The fighting force of the forward, it has dwindled. It's 32,000 fighting force, 32,500 fighting force.
That is the case. Perhaps we can have these demons man the chain. We have units stationed at the top and have the demons stationed below. Or on
Actually,
the
sorry,
chain.
no, I got that number wrong. It was, I divided it by the wrong number, sorry. It was 7,500 footmen casualties, and, was that divided by that, and 3,000 infantry casualties. Which leaves the fighting force at 35,500 for the attacking army.
I'm sorry, how much?
35,500 fighting strength.
Okay.
Though, I would also happen to agree because we don't get to use them as fodder if we leave them back. I'd rather strike hard and fast and hard, and I don't think it's worth fretting over those measly 2,000. They should be an easy fight. They don't have a commander anymore either. So without tactics, they should be easy to quell if they rise up.
Then let us go with the first idea, the ones the Chosen have suggested.
Very good. Okay, yes. First Legion is captive. Sir, no. No, that one worked. Captured water, which means that is yes, and then add that to there. Add 2. That work? I think that worked. Yeah. Okay. Lulu leads north. As you travel north, you travel on this side of the river Styx for a 10-day, reaching to across the river from this hill. From this high bluff on the other side of the river Styx. This would be the point where you need to start fording the stream. However, that is 10 days of downtime. So, that is an extended rest. Also, those 10 days, so that would go down. 37, as he's pretty sickly. The festering wound would heal from Bakar, and you do need to, attempt to have it heal for Sean.
Right. Let me remove that.
Success.
And now...
Failure.
Let's see. Let us recheck. Alright, what do I need to succeed?
DC 15, medicine check.
15.
Is 6.
Only 3 of those days succeeded. Oh, but you said, it was an extended rest, so I would have gotten spell slots.
You'll get the spell slots back at the end of the journey. At the end of the rest.
Oh, at the end.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't have them each day to cast when I fail the medicine check?
Unless you still have spell slots to cast. But you cannot use the spell slots you will regain from this extended rest to pass these checks.
Okay, then no. So that's only 3 successes. No, I'm sorry, 4 successes.
Yeah, Jammy is, like, definitely, like, this wound is eating at him. It's almost treated, it's almost gone, but it is still eating at him and sapping his strength. He has been brought, down in an injury threshold twice by this injury. Having lost 14 max hit points in all to it. And what were your successes, failures? Like, did you get 10 successes?
No, although I'm reading the description you have. You said the extended rest would be 10 days.
10 days, correct? Yes. So,
10 days of downtime.
Yes, 10 days of downtime. So,
and based off of how you have the injury written,
yeah.
you would have left.
No, the injury says, or a DC 15 medicine check every day for 10 days. So you need to get 10, you need to pass the DC. You have to succeed that check 10 days.
Whenever you take an action, you must make a DC 15 con save. On fail, you lose your action.
Oh, not internal injury. Sorry. No, I'm not talking about internal injury. I'm talking, do you not have a festering wound?
No.
I thought you did. I don't know why I thought you did. Okay, never mind.
No, I never
yeah,
received it.
then the internal injury will leave, yes.
Okay, wonderful. You know, Sean has actually miraculously not had any festering wounds.
Okay, and while we're doing
He's
that,
not
let's...
since he started
the devils do not revolt, and these guys definitely make it to there, and another fiend army would come up to there. Because River Styx, that's where they're pouring out of. So then, the supply lines, and then I actually need to roll to see if the supply lines get hit. They do get hit. As... Okay, oh, that's... I gave you guys the wrong token. Instead of White King is what I meant to give you guys.
Hey, I'm gonna head out.
Yes. This session is nearing completion. It's almost over. But yes. Thank you.
Take care.
Yeah. I'm just doing something. Oh, 1 day back. Okay. It's gonna be. Okay, as you get reports of a fiendish legion hitting the, trying to besiege El Terrell again and hitting supply lines. This one. And it is successfully defended. As you continue on your quest and get up to the top of this hill. As you journey up this hill. As you're climbing the hill, you see it lined with iron trees. As Lulu looks up, kind of scared to a point, uneasy. As you are climbing the hill. These wrought iron trees line the trail that lead to the summit of this steep hill. Anguished knights are impaled on the trees, metal branches piercing their bodies as they writhe in torment. Bloated sturges fly and feast on their blood. Sturges, these small, large for insects, but these small insects that swarm these bodies and feast on the congealing blood on the outsides. as as you're walking through, Jamie is kind of looking around. Ati, you would be here as well. Ati.
Yes.
I mean, well, I can see how this can match the Bloody Citadel moniker. A lot of blood. A lot of blood. As the knights seem too wrapped up in their own pain to even notice you're there. As Jamie is continuing to just walk forward. Do any of you do anything or continue following Lulu up to the summit?
I'm not doing anything.
Checking my surroundings for a sign of attack.
Yeah,
Not ambushed.
yeah, so you're doing your passive perception. What is your passive perception?
16.
16. Yeah, as you're kind of looking around, there are no armies on the horizon, so you focus closer in to make sure nothing jumps out at you or attacks you. As you rise to the top of the summit, there's nothing but a single tree at the top. A figure with an elven figure with very bloodshot eyes, gaunt body, stringy golden hair flowing down his knightly armor. You look at him. He's impaled on this largest of these wrought iron trees.
Lulu, you said the sword is here at this tower, correct? You know where?
There is not a tower here, by the way. There's only these
Tower.
trees.
Sorry.
I think so. This doesn't seem right. Lulu. Is that you? The elf says. Heavens, you're here.
Lulu, do you know this individual?
Jander? Sir Jander Sunstar? Is that... He was one of the Hell Riders. You guys can actually make a history check on that name.
Five.
16.
Okay. Ati, you actually do recognize that name. Jander Sunstar was in fact one of the Hell Riders. And now that you're hearing these terms while you're here, the Hell Riders were a bunch of mortal knights. Some lower angelic, but mostly mortal knights that joined Azariel and left from El Terrell on this mission to invade Avernus. It was long, long ago, and Jander Sunstar apparently was a repentant vampire who wished to make up for himself by killing his own kind, and eventually did join the Hell Riders in this crusade. After he came back, he said that the crusade was an absolute failure. But, and legend says he left the city and gave himself to the sun, to Lythander's grace. But this is not Mount Celestia. This is not where Lythander brings his knights. Do you relay any of this to the others?
If anyone seems interested about who this person is, I can relay the basics.
Sean would be at least curious, wanting to know whether this would be a friend or foe.
Sure, then I'll let you know.
You get me. You get me off this tree. I could fight for you. I could fight with you again, Lulu. All I need to do is get off the tree and I can help. This pain.
Do I trust the guy?
He is an ancient hero from Elturel. Like, his legends, he tried to help Zariel in this crusade. Unfortunately, the crusade failed. He came back and became a protector of Elturel for a while. Before the vampire tyrants took over the city, he helped fight them off, until he eventually gave himself up to the sun, and decades later, the vampire tyrants took over.
No, but I meant more in the realm of, do I trust it's really him, and do I trust that he's not currently acting?
Yeah, you can make an insight check. Try to gauge him.
Never mind. It's an 8.
An 8. You are uncertain. You don't really know if this is a trick or if it's him. You've never interacted with this person, so all you can judge is by the paintings and stories, and while him being crucified here is strange, very strange. He physically seems to match the description, and Lulu seems to recognize him. Why are you here? He hangs his head, his ratty hair flopping in front of his face. I panicked, Lulu. I'm sorry I betrayed you and Zariel. I caused the riders to flee back. This hell terrified us, and we abandoned you. I'm sorry. I could not redeem myself in the mortal realm. Help me. Allow me to redeem myself with you. Redeem the name Hell Riders. As Lulu kind of looks at him and then looks at you guys, she has tears in her eyes and she's clearly confused. A face of emptiness, of questioning. She doesn't know what to do.
One step at a time. Step 1 is finding the sword. Then we can determine what we're going to do about him.
I can help you find the sword. I can fight with you. Where are you looking for the sword? The bloody citadel. I know where it is. I can help you find it. It's not here, but I know. And to get there, I know it generally, at least. To get there, it requires you to walk these hellscapes. I can help you. I've researched fighting devils. That's what I was trained for. We can get my knights off from these crosses to help you as well.
Why are they here?
The same reason I am.
You said that you got put here.
I led them and they followed. And following in the eyes of Celestia was enough for this damnation. Perhaps the eyes of Zerial, I know not which. I mean, if they keep suffering, we could just, like, shoot them down if we're not gonna take them.
How many of them are on, like, these trees?
Let me quickly determine that. Hundreds. You'd have to make a perception check to try to get a precise count. But there are hundreds of trees here. Oh wait, actually, nope, I did my math wrong. There are thousands of trees here.
Okay, well that was a 19 on perception.
Yeah, you count 2,500 trees? If these knights are the same skill as yours, this is equivalent to an entire fiendish legion.
They're hanging from these trees. Are they wounded? You said they're knights.
Yeah, they are. Yes, they are like skewered through, but they're not dying. They are skewered through through their torso and like center of their chest. They have these limbs and branches skewering through them.
Are they all alive?
They are all alive.
And as far as military, so like they're all are still like in full armor.
Yes, they are all in full armor, fully decorated knights. You can actually tell that they are a significant difference in age between them, between some of them. Like some of them are much younger than others. Perhaps died at different times, different ages, but they are fully armored, seemingly capable knights. They might be wounded when they're first brought off, but...
And to remove them, it would just be like pulling them off?
Yeah, you can attempt to take them off.
I'm going to approach the one who was speaking, the vampire.
Yes, Jandar Sunstar.
Before anything important happens, I'm just gonna whisper to...
We're gonna stare him in the eye for
Sorry, I couldn't hear you. Are you saying you need to leave like right now?
No, oh, sorry, my mic was very far away from my mouth.
Okay.
No, I was just saying that I would like to, before anything important happens, just whisper to Sean, let's say, since he's the only player character here, that are we going to ignore that he mentioned the betrayal?
Is the betrayal worth the fighting force of the risk of betrayal? Worth the fighting force of this legion, or even this commander? Who
No, I'm just saying
is
guess
legendary
more
hero?
about it.
Yeah. I'm just like these thoughts also come through your mind. Both of your minds as you think about that. Sean, do you continue to try to take him down?
At the moment, I'm just staring at him in the eyes, trying to get a read on him.
Yeah, make a insight check.
Dirty 20.
You can see the blood tears running from his eyes. The face of anguish, not just from the pain, but from what he knew he did. He seems genuinely distraught about his betrayal.
Maybe it's about time you seek your own repentance. After saying that, Sean will remove him.
Yeah. As you do so, you see him, like, you lift him off of these spiked branches. As he's like, ugh! As then he looks at his hand as it begins to crumble. Oh. As Lulu closes her eyes, no, stay! As magic comes off of her. And you see, like, his hand burns away in ash, and then it stops, leaving but a stump. He looks at himself. Thank you, Lulu. As, yeah, you lower him down, and he needs to lean on someone to be supported. Jamie will, like, run up and begin to support him. As then Lulu looks at him. But where's Haramon? As Sunstar looks at Lulu. Haramon did not betray you. He stayed with you. He's a devil general now. As then you hear and up a jut from the river Styx shoots so high, as then this armored figure with a massive glowing blade with glowing streams of magma on it, this black spiked armor, as a soars upward on a flaming winged horse. A black horse as night, its mane and its wings and its tail flaming as hot hellfire. You don't have to look for Harmon long. In the name of Zariel, surrender! As an army begins to pour out of the river Styx, surrounding the hill. And that is where we are going to end for the night. Thank you both for playing. This was a lot of fun. This game ran a little bit long. Sorry about that. I wasn't expecting the dream puzzle to have to be solved by one person. But that happened. Yes, thank you both for playing. Both of your characters will gain 1 level. The new party level XP, or party level is now level 7, so you'll have the HP compared to a level 7 character. Thank you both for playing. Thank you all for watching. That is the end of this session.
Well, I
Alright,
won't have
thanks for having us.
HP of a level 7, but that of a 9. Because tutorial, and then the companion incident.
You can choose to either level up in the companion or in, your normal class.
Right, I have to do it.
Yeah, you can choose what to level up. You don't level up both.
Right, I figured that was the case. What is the latest stuff?
Alright, so I am splitting. Thanks for the game, and yeah, see you around.
Yeah, until later.
Oh, that's useful.
Okay, how many knights are actually there? Yeah, so there are there are over 2,500 knights here. To be exact, there are 2,666 knights. This dwarfs the Crusader knights that you have.
So, we somehow got surrounded.
They came out of the river Styx.
Aren't we on a cliff?
Yes, you're on a cliff. They're not like surrounding you like within 5 feet, right? They're at the bottom of the hill.
Ah,
Yeah,
so
there's
they
like this.
stood out of the river.
Yeah, this is like a small mountain. It's not quite a mountain. It's more like a foothill in size. But yeah, so you see this knight on the nightmare, on the flying nightmare, like flies up to the top of the bluff, while the armies circle around the hill. Surrounding your army, not necessarily like you guys are not individually surrounded. Yes, you are now surrounded by the Second Legion of Fiends. That you have faced so far.
Fun.
Actually, how many knights do you have with you right now? I might end up making it multiple legions. I'll decide that later, depending on deciding how much I want to do, because I haven't actually taken account of all of the legions of devils, like deciding where they are. So once I decide where they are, I'll decide whether or not this is multiple legions or not. Yeah, there is no more to the session, so you don't have to stay if you don't want to.
Yep. I'm just trying to fix a weird bug I'm having where it's removing my warlock level.
That is strange. Yeah. Dum bum bum ba dum bum bum ba dum bum bum dum dum. Yeah, so you potentially like, yeah, this was a really fun session. I really like what happened here. You did manage to kill one of Zariel's generals with that attack, which is brilliant. Like, by... You never actually said you challenged him to a duel, but he challenged you to a duel so hard your army believed it. And yeah, you won. The other generals might not be crazy enough to charge at you, and might actually, like, require the duel to start once they are there. But, yeah.
Yeah.
That was very, very good. Just picking him apart piece by piece until you finally take him out. I'm gonna quickly look at his damage. Look at his. Okay. Pit Fiend. I'm gonna give you his average damage per turn. Okay. That is... And I'm not going to tell you his to hit, just the damage, but that is 43, 50, 60, 75, 99. His average damage per turn is 99.
Oh, does he have a multi-attack?
Yeah. He does a multi-attack.
I have multi-attack defense, which gives me +4 to my AC after the first attack hits me.
Right, but the first attack is the 40-something damage. So, yeah. It's almost half of the damage he can do in a turn, is his first attack.
Yikes.
Yeah. So, what is your damage threshold? Your fit?
Let's see, at that point, I had 51 HP. So, divided by 8. So, my threshold would have been 6.
Okay, yeah. I mean... So 40 divided by 6. That would have been 6 times. Yeah, that would have one-shot you.
Fun!
Yeah, his average damage would have one-shot you, and that's just average, not if he's rolling higher. And that's not even looking at any of his features. That's just his attacks. So yeah, you surviving that was actually a surprise. I very much expected him to just kill you, Jammy, and actually the entire party that was here. Like, I wouldn't have killed the player characters who weren't here, but that would have been the death of Lulu, Ati, Jammy, and you.
But they weren't expecting the +9 to hit with my bow.
And the 4 attacks. The 4 attacks is what did it.
And the 4 attacks with Colossus Slayer, and I casted Hunter's Mark as a bonus action,
Yeah, yeah. Like,
which gave me a D6 for every hit.
which technically that damage didn't really change. That d6 damage, besides lowering his threshold to 1 faster, that's the only thing that extra damage did. Because after the second attack, he was already at 1 1 current fit, which means that every attack after that did a level, even if it was 1 damage.
Oh.
But it did definitely get down his fit faster. Because he had 18 as his base fit. And technically there was 1 attack still that hadn't gone off. Once he got within 30 feet, Jammy was gonna blast him with his shotgun, which might not have hit, but if it hit, he would have probably used his superiority die to add extra damage to it. And that, like, you were, like, if your last hit didn't kill, his hit might have. I mean, after it was lowered down to that point, it would have, but yeah. So, yeah, when even a Pit Fiend bum rushes you guys, if you have enough attacks, you can take him down.
Yeah.
That was cool though. That was really cool. I guess I don't have to make his token.
No, you don't.
Yeah. I'm gonna make tokens for each of the Infernal Generals, as well as each of the Demon Lords who might pop up. So like every army will have their own token that you can tell which army it is.
Right.
But yeah, Bahamut was the one leading the demon charge there, or Baphomet.
Yeah, I was about to say, isn't Bahamut like
No. Yeah, the Bahamut's the dragon. Yeah, Bahamut is the dragon. Baphomet, I believe, is how you say it. He is the Beast King, the demon lord of beasts. A huge minotaur, I believe. Just how big he is. Quickly.
If we do end up fighting someone else, Bakar just hit 15, which means he just got superior critical. So now Sean, if he gets at least an 18, that's a crit.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah, I need to write onto Jammy's character sheet all the things he gets from.
Add remarkable athlete. Well, actually, we didn't have to deal with that as much this time because being able to use like lesser restoration to negate the internal injury.
Yeah.
But I kept forgetting that with remarkable athlete, I can add half my proficiency bonus to any strength, dex, or con check that I'm not already proficient in. So when I was having to roll the con and to see if I would lose my action or not, I was forgetting to add that number. But yes, this has been fun. I'm curious to see what the heck we're going to do with this beginning of the next encounter.
Yeah, so basically, the beginning of the next encounter is it's going to be a party scale, is what I'm thinking. Maybe skirmish scale, but probably party scale, where you're fighting this guy while your army is busy making sure you don't get overwhelmed. So you'll have a party scale encounter, and then immediately after, you'll have to resolve the war scale encounter.
Ah, I see. Okay.
And since you didn't know this battle was coming ahead of time, it will not be the saints rolling. It will be the chosen ones rolling.
Yep.
Because they couldn't write up battle plans before the battle. And you guys are no longer near the portal, so.
Yep. This is going to be fun.
Yeah, I'm just doing Jammy's character sheet a little bit. Um Making things a bit more streamlined. But I think this is a good place to say goodbye to the stream. Farewell. Have a good evening.